Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the late show. Welcome to the after show. We're here for Watch Talk. We are gonna talk about watches. And the link is already posted, and I'm gonna pin it now. We're gonna start by talking about Gérald Genta's personal Royal Oak being sold for more than 2 million francs. So let's see.
The gavel is up for the first time at 1.7 million. Michael, are you bidding? You're not. Fred, are you bidding? You're not. Jonathan, are you bidding? You're not. Is anyone bidding against Tom's telephone client at 1.7 million Swiss francs? Are we all done? Fair warning. Sir, no regret? A bit. At 1.7 million, are we all done? Last chance. 1.7. Tom, you have it again. Sold. Congratulations, Tom. Item number 50. The gavel is up for the first time at 1.7 million. Michael, are you bidding? You're not. Fred, are you bidding? You're not. Jonathan, are you bidding? You're not. Is anyone bidding against Tom's telephone client at 1.7 million Swiss francs? Are we all done? Fair warning. Sir, no regret? A bit. At 1.7 million, are we all done? Last chance. 1.7. Tom, you have it again. Sold. Congratulations, Tom.
Hey guys, so Sotheby's, in collaboration with the Gérald Genta Heritage Foundation, which is led by Evelyn Genta, his widow, who is actually, I think, the ambassador of Monaco to London, by the way. They have been doing 3 themed auction called Genta, an icon of time. They did one in Hong Kong. They just completed one in Geneva, and they have an upcoming auction in New York that includes a lot of Genta's paintings, drawings, sketches for his designs, and of course the pièce de résistance, the most important piece in this auction, was his own Royal Oak. This is a piece from 1978, if I'm not mistaken, pardon me. It is actually a steel 5402, the very first reference that he designed, and that was introduced in 1972. But uniquely for him, and possibly this is the only one that was ever produced this way, it is a particular execution of two-tone, which means that it just has the octagonal bezel set out like that in yellow gold. As you know, I'm a particularly big fan of this, but the Royal Oak has a very beautiful execution of the two-tone where they have, in addition to the bezel, these tapered interlinks also in the matching precious metal. So that makes it really unique. But of course, since this watch is a particular provenance and is almost in an immaculate condition with that beautifully patinated dial, everything resembling quite a sharp example, we have here. You can see Genta with his characteristic mustache, which is itself a wonderful piece of design and artistry. I have heard so many stories of him manicuring, trimming that mustache for minutes on end. And you see him wearing that watch right there in this picture. And it just sold for more than $2 million after a 6-minute bidding war, apparently. And having seen some of the choice examples of Royal Oaks being sold for more than $1 million in the Philippe auction in Geneva just a couple of days ago, you probably remember, if you have been following the channel for content, the second Royal Oak to be ever produced, A series number 2, broke 1 million Swiss francs. The Karl Lagerfeld personal Royal Oak, which is again a very early example, if I'm not mistaken, from the C series, and it is a PVD coated black watch that also broke 1 million francs. And there was, or maybe it was right around 900. Let's check Philips. And I know for a fact that the Perpetual Calendar, one of the early examples of the Perpetual Calendar in Royal Oak, was also sold for the same price. So let's see. Right. Yeah, sorry about those. There we go. There we go. So we have Lot 8, which was that A series A2, the second Royal Oak ever produced, breaking 1 million Swiss francs. And that's also a beautifully patinated piece, maybe a little more shop worn than Genta's personal example. You had the PVD coated black that is said to belong, and that Karl Lagerfeld was pictured with in the appropriate time, going for 937,500 Swiss francs. And you had this beautiful Perpetual Calendar with the salmon dial selling for more than 1 million francs as well as, of course, this Jubilee version from 1992 for the model's 20th anniversary, with what is called a Tuscan dial, which is a hand-hammered and hand-chiseled dial decoration that is prefiguring, in a way, the later frosted gold application that they would collaborate with Carolina Bacci, the Florentine jeweler. So this is, in that particular way, called the Tuscan dial, but it predates the frosted gold collaboration with the Florentine jeweler Carolina Bacci. And I think they sold very recently another Royal Oak they sold this one for quite quite a bit as well. Let's double check this. This is a Khanjar dial, of course, representing the Sultanate of Amman with the baton hands and factory diamonds. And let's see how much that went for. Because I think it also overdid the estimate. Of course, they have already moved on, so we'll have to probably dig back into some of these videos. Guys, feel free to jump on the panel. I think we are here. This was an auction that they held on May 6th. So it was, that's last Friday, right? Yeah, it was on Friday. And we said lot 52. Yes, right here. So this is also the first reference of Royal Oak Jumbo, that iconic 39mm case. This has a black dial, of course, rather than that usual pantograph engraved tapisserie dial. This is a plain black dial set with diamonds at the factory and with baton hands and with that crossed double dagger at 6 o'clock. And that sold for more than 750,000 Swiss francs. And remember, again, this is before the buyer's premium and before the dues, taxes, and customs fees. Hey, let's see some of the chats and welcome people. Trading Loss, thanks for being here. Lone Snake, the Wash Community, Karen, reminds everyone to upvote and subscribe. Thank you, Lone Snake. Lovely to see you as always. Corrado Galizia, one of the biggest supporters of this channel. He's referring to what the auctioneer said at the last moment. No regrets. That's a loaded question. It must... Yeah, you must have some butterflies in your stomach after you have just confirmed you are paying more than $2 million for a watch, no matter how special it is and no matter how much money you have. Mamba Mentality, thank you. Welcome back to the channel. It's lovely to see people from Southern California, always. Saad says, trading loss, I'm bidding $2. I think he forgot an M there. They all say this, no regrets. Philippe does this as well. I think, no offense to the auctioneer at Sotheby's, but Aurel Bax, I think, has a lot of charisma and a lot of presence and a very different energy that you don't always see, but you somehow come to expect from auctioneers, because it's really an art. It's a performance, and not everyone can do it well. Saad General is here. I bought it for $2, he says. Trading Loss says, I saw a demo of Falcon Eye, pardon me, Yachtmaster 42 white gold. Yes, that's a special dial that they're offering exclusively for the Yachtmaster 42 white gold. Let's see if we can find examples of it. I know at least in the website you can hear it that way. And there you go. This is what you have. And I think it's really cool. I do prefer, with my puny wrists, of course, I do prefer these in 40mm. I do love precious metal on oyster flakes, as it happens. But I think this is a very nice take on the usual black dial. It adds a lot of depth and texture to it. And at least in the pictures, it looks like it has a little more visual interest than onyx as well. a little more texture perhaps. So I'm glad you got to see it, Trading Loss. And if you jump on the panel, I would love to hear more about what you think of it. And Trading Loss says the Falcon Eye dial is made of quartz. Such a turnoff. Well, it's a better use of quartz on the dial than the movement, isn't it? Trading Loss says makes the watch devalued. You got white gold, titanium, then you use quartz, titanium on the bezel, right? On the bezel insert. Saad says, thanks, Trading Loss, but the auction house is asking $1 as tax, which means this garbage will cost me in total $3 US. Pull out, Saad, while you can. Genta only knew one design that was the integrated bracelet that is copy-pasted everywhere. Hey, at least he came up with it first. They overcharged past the hammer price. Saad, you could have bought two, a real and an homage. Wait, Tim is not Rebel streaming. Tim is running his own stream, and I'm running mine. I think the spirit of competition drives us all forward. It's good. We live in a capitalist society. Competition is good. Saad says he looked like the guy from Monopoly. This is for Genta. Man, that's harsh. Dirk says, do they have a layaway program? I will try to interface them for you, Dirk. We'll figure it out. Jay reminds everyone to upvote and subscribe. Trading says, do you like Prada? Not particularly. Not particularly. Orange Grove, Nevada Grantion. Legit? What is Nevada Grantion? Is it one of these micro brands or something? What is? I'm guessing it's a watch brand. I have Orange Grove. Thanks for letting me know. I've never heard of this brand. If any of you in the chat knows what they're about, has at least seen them in person, I would love to learn more. But I genuinely have no idea, Orange Grove. Some of their designs seem very much inspired by the icons. That's not necessarily a reason to knock them off completely, no pun intended. But yeah, I have not heard about this brand. I don't know where their movements come from, right? Since the designs don't necessarily inspire me as something original, I have to say that. I have to put that out there. But yeah, I would like to know more about the dial. Trading Loss says, in terms of micro brands, Baltic is better than Nevada. Rohit R says, great job, loving this channel. Thank you for the kind words. Trading Loss says, monopoly is capitalism. Yes, man, they trained us well. I used to play that game when I was a kid, and now I'm a loyal subject of the capitalist system. Just another cog in the machine. Trading Loss says it doesn't look like that in person. So I was saying the Falcon Eye would look amazing in person. So it doesn't look good. Is that what you're saying? And he says it was slanted 20 degrees. Welcome to the channel, Jay. Welcome to the channel. He says that's the Eric Clapton watch. What does that mean? I don't even know. Eric Clapton owns a watch brand. The best story I know about Eric Clapton owning something is that it is, he used to, as a young man who just made it to London, apparently, he used to go to Piccadilly Circus and basically adore these tweed suits on the window case of Cordings, which is a very interesting, beautiful heritage brand And apparently they were at the risk of going under at some point. And Eric Clapton apparently shoots as a hobby. So he had a lot of suits made by huntsmen of Savile Row, and also that he bought from Cordings over time when he could actually afford them finally. And he ended up buying Cordings to save them from that prospect of going under. And I really admire that. But I didn't realize that he owns a micro brand. I'm guessing that's just a joke. MCM, what are your thoughts on Lange 1 and Grand Lange 1? So one of the things Lange does is that it's basically some of the families, and especially in one, which is their icon by now, right? It's one of the 4 watches they released in 1994, and it had the kind of staying power that the others didn't, right? That the Arcade, for example, did not. So Lange basically has now, what, I think 6 product families. Let's check it out. When you look at the timepieces, yes. So they have the Lange 1, they have Zeitwerk, which is their digital display that completely takes after that 5-minute clock that Walter Lange's ancestors built in the 19th century for the Dresden Opera. They have the Saxonia, which is their most simplistic and beautiful dress watch design. They have 1815, which is, again, their chronograph line largely. And they have the Richard Lange, which they a lot of times use for some of their more unusual and grand complications, let's put it this way. Not that they don't make their way in the other lines, but that's their pour la mérite series, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, pour le mérite. And of course, the new sporty line, Odysseus. So when it comes to Lange 1, they basically come in 3 different case sizes, MCM. They have the little Lange 1, which they make a point not to advertise as a woman's watch, right? So that they can have the widest appeal for it. And quite frankly, I think, I would go with whatever fits my wrist, whatever I would get more of a use for. They do have very nice and unique dial designs, which is something I like, right? It's not just a different case size, which is 36.8 in the little Lange, 9.5 case. They have these guilloche decorations on the dial for the pink gold version. In most of them, in fact. The 25th anniversary is white gold with the silver dial, of course. And then they have Lange 1, which preserves their iconic design, comes with a wide range of complications, including moon phase, perpetual calendar, time zone, which is their execution of the GMT, and they have then Handwerkskunst, which is basically their display of their artisanal decorations. And Lange 1 itself is offered again in all the 3 shades of the gold, as well as in platinum. The white gold with silver dial, that's about what it runs for. In the secondary market, it's under 30K for sure, and goes all the way down to 25. So Lange 1 is a little thicker than the little Lange, right? Almost 10 millimeters, still quite nice. Good dress watch height or thickness. 38.5 millimeters, so very traditional, relatively conservative dimensions there. And then the count is, of course, one size larger, simply. So it's not actually that much different. It's a little more expensive, of course. But in their newest iteration, they made it quite thinner. And the diameter is 41 rather than 38 and a half. And if you notice, this is the caliber that is in the Count Lange L095.1, and in the Lange 1, I think they literally have a different caliber. Yes, L121.1. And that's one of the things that Lange takes pretty seriously. You know, when they come up with a new model, a new line within one of their given product families, they make an issue of really designing not only a new dial and not simply a larger case, but something that actually introduces a new caliber, a new kind of movement that displays some of their most precious and time-honored skills. And I appreciate that, right? You know, when they built the Odysseus, they designed an entirely new caliber for it, right? It wasn't just a previous movement they had. They slapped on a steel case and released as a watch with an integrated bracelet. Thomas, so nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. I don't see you often here, but you're here. Jump on the panel if you would like. He says, I came back from Louis Vuitton, which made me think of you and Paul, the pontiff. 548 Vikings, welcome to the channel. Dear Lottie, we got to get Snake on the panel. It would be nice. I don't know where Snake is. I think he's taking a break for the day. That's quite all right. Sorry, by the way, I couldn't answer the question earlier. Orange Grove, I really don't know Nevada Grenchen, and I would rather read about them and get back to you than just making stuff up on the run. I don't like that. I don't like talking about watches, brands, subjects that I don't know anything about. Jay says he made it famous. There's a Clapton version and Evil Clapton reverse, aka Panda reverse, Panda style. Trading Law says all about Rick Astley. Pull it up. Rick Astley. Clapton was asked once, what does it feel? How does it feel to be the best guitar player in the world? And he had the humility to say, I don't know, ask Prince. And I think he had a point there. Lange sets its own course, Trading Law says. Amazing. I completely agree. A lot of JJ sounding punters in the AC3 stream today. Yeah, man. I mean, look, I have a weird accent from having lived in New York for that long. I don't know if it shines through as much as George and JJ and Hoff on Smashes does, but I wish it did. I wish it did. The New York accent is still my favorite. Oh, my bad. I confused it with Universal Genève. It says Universal Genève is also pushed by Hodinkee. A lot of punters moved on to Universal Genève at a certain point in time, and then now there's a tax on it, basically. Thomas says, tell me about it, about the New York accent, I think. Trading says you need to get discount anything in the boutique. I don't know, Trading. I think I have tried getting discounts before, and when the watch market was less hot, even in the boutiques, if you sweet talk them, if you're really nice, if you're really gonna make a purchase, they do give you a 5% discount. But I mean, sure, I'm sure there are some people who have gotten more generous discounts than that, even in a boutique. But as a first-time purchase, I think that's probably what they would give you. So, look, I'll be completely honest. I would love an Odysseus at retail, but I think they are basically cast in unobtainium by now in that beautiful town of Glashütte. So I don't know. I think the future holds for me maybe next year or but at the end of this year, a Lange one in the secondary market, white gold, pink gold. So I don't know. Corrado says they discount even now. I don't think so. They are quite snooty, if you ask me. The Lange people I've always loved. When I dropped by some years back in their boutique in London, I was treated really well. But when it comes to discounts, the boutiques are always very, very stingy. And it is what it is. Trading says, doesn't hurt to ask. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. 548, no option to super chat. Yes, I'm not monetized yet, so you can make a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. But in either rate, you being here, upvoting the channel, liking the content, watching the content, spreading the word, posting the links on other platforms, talking about the channel, telling all your friends, all of this helps. And I'm more than halfway through. I'm about to get to that 1K mark where I can get monetized. So help me gain more subscribers. I think that's the most valuable. But if you want to contribute now, the ticker has both the PayPal address and the Cash App moniker there. Trading Law says if you go in a Lange boutique with a Rolex, they cringe at you. I'm going to go with my Reverso. And they're both Richemont brands, as you know. So they should recognize. Trading says LV as in Louis Vegas Las Vuitton. Ha ha ha. This, that. Ask price without tax. Yeah. Well, 10% would be great. Yeah. You're lucky if you get a mineral water. I always get my sparkling water. I'm always parched. I'm always thirsty. So I always get that. Dirk says you're lucky if you get a mineral water and a reach around. Jesus. Okay. Corrado Galizia says, will they have pieces for you to view or will you be flipping through a catalog with an associate? Corrado, I don't know, but I at least had the presence of mind to write a long email to them, describe what I was looking for. I said I was particularly interested in the Lange 1 and the Odysseus series, but that I would love to get a larger introduction to the brand and whatever else they have to show me. They were very tight-lipped, so they didn't tell me anything. And I said, well, since I'm going all that way into Costa Mesa, since I'm already going there, why don't I also make an appointment with the Audemars Piguet boutique there? Because the ones in Beverly Hills really pissed me off. So I wrote a similar email to them. And this time I didn't even say, I tried to sound the least enthusiastic as possible. I just said, I'm coming, I'll be in town, I'll be visiting I have an appointment at the Lange boutique, and that's going to take some of my time in the AM. Can you set an appointment for me in the afternoon so I can pay you a visit as well? And they were quite kind and contact me back. And again, I'm not going to say they were cryptic, but they did not say anything at all. They just said, if you could confirm this time, we'll be more than happy to assist you. So again, they were very tight-lipped about, pardon me, what they can actually offer me. Acqua di Panna, I think it's Acqua di Panna. You were right the first time. Evian. Let's put it like that. Thomas says, are you buying a Lange? Probably by the end of the year, or maybe next year, if possible. Yeah, unless they end up offering me an Odysseus at retail, which is not going to happen. That's as realistic as getting a root beer at retail, I guess, out of nothing. Trading loss. Oh my God, Beverly Hills, that's owned by Westtime. Yeah, that's what I was told. I don't mind that they're owned by Westtime. I do wish they were a little more professional and didn't waste my time over email to set up an appointment. They couldn't even get that right. Dirk says, good restaurants in Costa Mesa. Do a Yelp on vegan food in Costa Mesa. They have them. I'm sure it's Southern California. Vegan food is everywhere. They're entitled at Beverly Hills. Even people of color, they act entitled supremacists. It's not a, yeah, I think it's not a problem of your skin color or of your ethnic or racial background. I think some boutiques and some stores in Beverly Hills have a serious problem. And I think it's kind of a vicious cycle, right? Because you get basically the worst kind of customers in Beverly Hills as well, who have no manners and who don't treat people the right way, who are absolutely not kind. So I'm sure that affects the way that the sales associates go through their day. And some of that energy, of course, gets reflected back to the next customer, who might actually mean well, but still gets treated the same way. Dirk says, I would tell you the best steak house, but I know you can still tell me. Maybe I can take out a non vegan friend out dinner. I would love that. And I will eat fries. Thomas says, Lange is my favorite brand. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you watched and enjoyed the Pontiff's damning statement and assessment of Lange owners. Love 1815 Chrono and Lange 1 Moon Phase. Do you have them both? I love both of those watches as well. I would, I think datograph is even on a computer screen, it's really something to contemplate. It's a very fascinating movement. But I think to own, I would rather want an 1815, quite honestly. Because again, Datograph as unique, beautiful it is in terms of the movement design and the function, of course. Let's see if we can, yeah. And it's like an entire urban landscape. It's really amazing. I think when this watch came out, I think in 1999, it must have really, really rankled. Yeah, it came out for the Basel Fair in 1999, but it must have really rankled the so-called Holy Trinity and really shook them up in a way. Beautiful flyback chronograph, of course. Who wouldn't want that? But I think 1815 is a little more classical in its proportions. You know, it's still a flyback chronograph. It's exactly how I like it. You know, the two subdial registers is what I actually prefer. I would take it in any combination, honestly. I don't even know. You know, the pink gold against the black is great. White gold with the silver is great. Pink gold with the silver dial is great. And I just love that stark, kiln-fired, you know, heat-blued hands as well. Their particular take on the alpha or lancet hands for the hours and minutes. You know, the minute track, the continuous seconds, the counterweight on both of those seconds hands. It's just a beautiful piece of design. Check out La Cave. I'll take a look. No luck on the GMT. Yes, Trading Loss is trying to get a GMT at retail, and all he gets are Submariners, which are still fine. But that's what he really wants. I'm drinking today, by the way, Ardbeg 10. I wanted to have something strong and smoky today because I've eaten a very rich late lunch. So this is a good palate cleanser. Trading Loss says the sales associates in Beverly Hills are very snooty beyond measure. And Dirk Diggler says assholes are of all colors. Yes, even if they are professionally bleached, my friend. Mark the Shark, do you dress up when shopping for watches? I'm an affected fuck, Mark the Shark. Whenever I go out, I do like dressing up. I try to dress down actually as much as possible because I don't want to look like I'm too pretentious. But I usually end up wearing a dress shirt and a nice pair of trousers, and that's it. Unless I'm coming from another function where a tie would be appropriate, and I don't even know if that even exists anymore in the post-pandemic world. I wouldn't be wearing a tie, but I guess I might end up wearing even a sport coat of some sort. Depends on the weather. Dirk says it's old La Cave, but it's like going back to 1950s or 60s. I love time capsule style restaurants. I love them, whether they are kind of high dining or maybe hole in the wall kind of restaurant. On Pico Robertson, which is a very nice Jewish neighborhood here, you have a lot of kosher restaurants and some Persian Jewish kosher restaurants as well. And some of them are really, it's like time travel. You step in there and it's like you're back in the 80s. The way all the fixtures of the restaurant feels, it's great. Thomas says, I'm only 23, LHV. I only have one watch, a bad girl I got at retail last year. Thomas, look, the myth about you is that you are rich. That's all I thought. I would love, I would love those two watches you mentioned as well. I think Lange is a great brand with a great heritage. I did a nice little video about their language, which I am pumping up quite a bit. So hopefully you guys are not tired of it just yet. But there we are. I will post the link again. You can watch it on your time. It's when you have time. It's less than 8 minutes long. So it might be something to consume for later, and it's really a lot. Pavel says, nothing like Lange movements. Welcome to the channel, Pavel. It's so nice to see you. I completely agree. And I also like the contrast, actually, that classical, simple, if not simplistic design on the dial, that characteristic pop of the heat-blued hands, and you have an entire other kind of visual interest in the back. Very beautiful. And it's clear that they put as much thought into the design and architecture of those movements as they do into their functionality as well. So it's very nice. Mark the Shark says, I've only ever purchased luxury watches wearing shorts and flip-flops, to each their own, I guess, but I live in Orange County, so it's normal. Hey, Mark the Shark, here's the thing. I have heard from a lot of people who work in retail that it's usually the customers who are most unassuming, who just come in and make purchases on big items. And it's usually pretentious and affected people like me who have already spent all their money on things they don't need, such as nice clothes, who end up hemming and hawing and kicking tires and not buying anything. So you're probably onto something there. Trading says, Mark the Shark, I don't want to take chances. I want them to think I'm a whale eating sharks, pun intended. Yeah, that heat blued is amazing. Thomas says, are you coming to New York? I am. When Paul comes to America, in America, you should share the Lafroig 32 with us. Hey, Lafroig is I love Lafroig actually, but I don't have a Lafroig 32. But if you do, I'm sure I wouldn't mind a dram of that. I am coming to New York, yes. But I know that you have a decent collection of whiskey yourself, Thomas, so I'll make sure to bring you something as well, something that you would probably appreciate. Probably not something with that kind of age statement, but I already have some wheels turning. Mark the Shark says, I couldn't care less if they sell me a watch. Same here. But I've had great fortune in getting them. Maybe that's why I show up as I am. Yeah, look, Mark, I mean, I think the most important thing is to be authentic. And when it comes to being who you are, it depends on what's your style, right? Today I felt like, I want to wear some, a nice sweatshirt, and I feel fine. And another day I like an Oxford shirt or a dress shirt. Sometimes I like putting a tie on, and that is who I am. MCM says, the ALS boutique doesn't seem to discount anymore. Used to be possible on certain pieces if you were not bundling for Odysseus. purchased a Lange 1 Moonface at retail, which I love, to get a steel Odysseus. Did you end up getting the steel Odysseus MCM? Look, if they give me a clear path to a steel Odysseus, maybe I will think seriously about buying it at the boutique rather than getting it on the secondary market. But I'm not even sure they can guarantee something like that. I don't think they would sell me a steel Odysseus just because I get a Lange 1 from them. Trading says I jump on but can't. I'm on another important work call. I completely understand, man. Maybe another time for sure. But for those of you who can, yes. Trading loss, yeah. I'm trying to remember which James Bond book that was, but Ian Fleming says something like, from James Bond's mouth, Bond knew not to trust anyone with a Windsor knot. So I kind of follow that principle. I think four in hand is great. Mark the Shark, I'm basically a beach bum looking guy. That's it. You know, I think a lot of what goes on in the world in terms of how we interact with other people really hinges on knowing who you are and acting accordingly, right? If you feel like yourself in how you present yourself, that's a beautiful coincidence to have, right? Rumi has a line like that. Either appear as you are or be as you appear. To me, that's a great philosophy for life. Trading says the way you tie a tie too with a dimple. Yes, I think four in hand with a single dimple, that's my favorite tie, and you really don't need to know any other knot, honestly. God damn, I miss the States. Pico Robertson, that's near Cheviot Hills. Yeah, Cheviot Hills is very nice too. That's a little fancier, but still, I do like Pico Robertson. It has more of a salt of the earth, like middle class, lower middle class Jewish neighborhood. It's a very nice place. When I got the call for my date, I went in my work boots, work pants, and a t-shirt. I get a few stares when I arrived to pick up my watch. Hey, man, sometimes people are judgmental, but who cares? You know, again, be as you are, appear as you are, or be as you appear. Thomas says, haha, I sold a defense company in college. I made out all right. P. Clan says, I believe there's a new Lange und Söhne boutique opening in Boston. That's what I heard as well. It's opening in Boston. There's one in New York. Is there one in Miami? Where else is there? Trading loss. Okay, duty calls. Till next time. Hey, take care, man. It's so nice to have you here, as always, trading. And next time, hopefully, you'll be able to jump on. Dirk Diggler says, I've bought a few watches in the Caribbean coming in with flip-flops, tank top, and soaking swim trunks. That's the other thing, you know, context. It depends where you are. I mean, if you're close enough to the ocean or if you're on an island, I guess you should be in shorts, right? Chunkster says, I like to wear a very tight fitting tracksuit when I go to the ADs. I think I know what you mean, Chunkster. Corrado Galizia, that's great. I'm hoping to make it as well. Chunkster, like a chav. LOL. Captain Kirk says, can you talk about the reverse ultra thin I have in mind? Yes, I do. I can, actually. So there are two options for that. One is I'll start with the one I don't prioritize, right? That was one of the 80th anniversary models they had. You might remember they had one in steel, right? That's had a black dial with these same hands, basically. But they were, of course, loomed, as were the index markers, and they had a US limited edition with syringe hands. That was really special. We can go back to that after we talk about this. Pardon me. This came out around the same time in white gold with the same ultra-thin movement. It has a blank canvas on the case back, heat-blued hands, heat-blued index markers, seconds on the sub-dial, and the ultra-thin movement, which is, I think, right under, I think 7.5 millimeters or something, but certainly under 8 millimeters. And the dimensions of it are same as Grand Taille, so 28 by 46 millimeters. So that's the second option, right? I'm constantly on the lookout for these, and sometimes I find good deals. I missed out on one that was quite interesting a few weeks ago. And then in 3 years after that, they released a special edition in 2014 with a chocolate dial, like this, right? Basically pink gold, ultra thin, 28 by 46, the Grand Taille case, that Casa Fagliano polo boot inspired strap to kind of match the dial color, right, in a dark shade of brown. I think that's a really nice execution of a pink gold reverso as well. You can see here that maybe in a few different pictures, because unfortunately that the auction website didn't have many. And you can see how surprisingly sporty it can look on that kind of strap, especially for what is essentially an ultra thin dress watch. And that's the kind of versatility that people don't always take into consideration when they think about a reverso. So this is my top choice when it comes to the reversos. And when you're talking about a price point in the secondary market, you can basically get this in pink gold and white gold for the price of Lange 1 in white gold. So it's a very attractive option. MCM says it was a very straightforward process for me because he got a Lange 1 moon face from the boutique with a steel Odysseus. Lange 1 and received the approval. He bought the Lange 1 moon phase, received the approval. I think now you may need a 2-piece purchase. Not sure. Still Odysseus, estimated time of arrival in the next couple months. Hey, MCM, please promise me one thing. Come to this channel after you get it and at least show it off to us. So I would really appreciate that, and I hope you get it sooner than later. Lange 1 will look awesome on you. I think so, man. look, I was actually considering the Lange one at the same time I got the reverse of ground dates, right? Just so people have the reference. I know it's a relatively, it's a relatively recognizable watch by now, since Archie has one. But I was, the only thing that held me back from this particular watch was the asymmetric dial, right? Because I found it very attractive from far, as I now do the Lange one, but I really didn't know how I would live with it and how much I would appreciate it, how much I would like it as my watch on a frequent basis, at least a couple of times every week. And I love it. I actually love it more than some of my oyster case watches. I love it more than some of my Rolexes. So now I know for sure that I would really appreciate the Lange one. I would love precisely that organized chaos, right? That the Lange's design language represents so beautifully, because even in that asymmetry, they have some sense of balance, and that's one of the things that makes Lange's really beautiful and attractive to me. Captain Kirk says about the chocolate dial rose gold reverso, that is you. It is beautiful. Yeah, thank you, man. I would love that. George Varghese, hey, man, it's nice to see you. Good evening. Any Lange would look good on you, Lord, and he would know because it's his favorite brand. Hey, I'll take that compliment any day from you, George, and MCM too, of course. Once you get a Lange, you will never want anything else, and that's what I'm afraid of. So let's see. Guys, we have just passed the hour mark. So if you have been listening to this, if you have been watching this, and you have been enjoying the content, please upvote. Every vote counts. All the likes help. Spread the word. Share the link on other platforms. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. The watch hours are great. I'm almost there when it comes to the watch hours to get monetized. And I'm more than halfway through with the number of subscribers as well. So anything you can do to advertise the channel somehow, to get more eyes on it, I would really appreciate that. It gets me so much closer to monetization. But until then, if you have been enjoying the content, if you like the content, and if you want to support me, if you want to encourage me to create more content, run these live streams, feel free to consider a PayPal contribution. And the address for that is lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Thank you, guys. It's really great to have you here. And I love the way you are directing the conversation. I love the way you are asking the questions and helping me really create more content from the chat. And thank you, MCM. That's a beautiful, beautiful shepherd. I'm trying to figure out from the avatar whether it's a German shepherd or Malinois, but in either case, that's a beautiful, beautiful dog. New B says, tried on the Reverso Transport in yellow gold. Loved it in pics, but it couldn't suit me any less on the wrist. Hey, those are an extremely acquired taste. I will show it to the viewers. By the way, guys, I'm going on Thursday, so in 2 days, to the opening of the new Gégé-Lecoutre boutique on Rodeo Drive. They already had a soft opening, and it's a beautiful space. The facade itself was really well done, and has those Art Deco sun rays right above the entrance of the boutique that are now on the back of the, or rather on the carriage of those reversos. I'll show a picture of that as well in a minute. But yes, when it comes to Grand Sport, and also the later Squadra, these are actually square shaped rather than the usual rectangular shape, and the proportional dimensions of the reverso design. And as much as people have really, exhausted this phrase, I think golden ratio is still a relatively reliable principle in appreciating visual objects in a certain proportion, right? And I think the square one is just not hitting me right as well. I've seen them in person. I've worn them. I've tried them. It just doesn't fit. A reverso with a rubber strap, I think, is very cool. Actually, I think it's an interesting proposition. I think they should do it more often. But I'm sure they are more interested at this time in trying to diversify their entire line and make them very distinct from each other. So a rubber strap, when they have the Polaris, I think they use the rubber straps really for that model. And again, I had the pleasure of putting on in the boutique that's already soft opened the new Perpetual Calendar Polaris. That comes with the steel bracelet as well as a rubber band in the matching blue with its buckle. It's an incredible watch. Even those of you who don't like the Polaris, I would really encourage you to go out and check that out. If you like a Perpetual Calendar and you're looking for something different, that's an amazing watch, because you don't usually find that complication in sports watches. I just want to show you how it looks. Because it's very, there are not many designs like this that have the kind of sportiness. Of course, they are in direct competition with their own ultra thin Perpetual Calendar, but they're so different from each other. The ultra thin is beautiful. It's a very special occasion watch. The so-called Doctor Strange, I'm sure you know it from the movie as well. It's very elegant. But when it comes to this is even more wearable, right? It's a sports watch through and through. It has this beautiful steel bracelet that wears so comfortably, so nicely, has a few different accents, right? It's not the most impressive finishing on steel that I've ever seen, but it still shines through. It wears really comfortably. Wonderful movement. And the dial, I think, in all its busyness, to me, it looks so much better than the other models in the Polaris series. Something about having that sort of balance of the four subdials really hits it off for me. And the orange accents, again, beautiful touch. Of course, it has the internal rotating bezel that's very characteristic of the Polaris series. Beautiful lume. You don't get many Perpetual Calendars like that. So I would highly recommend that you go out and take a look at them. It's really a great option. All that said, of course, at this point in time, it's out of the door, it costs you, tax included, something like $35,000. So it's, as I usually do, I would recommend that you sit tight and wait until the end of the year and see if they make it to the secondary market and how they trend in the secondary markets. But even at this point in time, there are not many options. And again, I'm not a big fan of Polaris, but there's something about the Perpetual Calendar on the dial. In all its business, it makes it very, very exciting. And I really feel like code 1159 really cribbed the JLC Polaris design when they put that watch together, even though it has that sandwiched octagon thing. Rick Budd says upvoted. Hey man, thank you so much. Every little bit helps, as I said before. I really appreciate you all. All right, so yeah, we were talking earlier with newbies recommendation, this Reverso Grand Sport. They had these with chronographs as well. The dials are nicely decorated as well. It has many exciting things about it, but I think the case proportions and dimensions is what makes a Reverso. So the square cased ones are a completely different watch. They have a very different feel, and it's just not, it just doesn't hit in the same way. This is a special edition, I think, of some sort, but a chronograph version of the later sports model of the Squadra, which again has a rubber bracelet or rubberized bracelet. Let me see if I can find something that is a little simpler. There you go. That's their execution of the world timer in a square case, and it has that rubberized bracelet. And hey, again, just like newbie saying, in pictures it looks nice. It looks kind of exciting, but as with any Reverso, I would highly recommend that you find one that you can actually handle and examine and wear before you actually commit to it. These are really an acquired taste, especially in the square case. It had a horrible gold bracelet, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't even see what it is, but probably it's one of those rice beads designs. Love the Squadra with the articulated rubberized bracelet. Yeah, those bracelets are again very nice, but hey. George Varghese tried on a friend's Lange Zeitwerk in rose gold with white dial. Wish I could wear it backwards. Yeah, let's check it out. Zeitwerk movement Lange. So rose gold with white dial, you said, George. This is it. I mean, it looks amazing, the pink gold on that. And this is the movement, of course, how it puts together the digital display of hours and minutes. And let's see, Lange Zeitwerk movement. So I want to see it from the back. And there you go. Yeah. Man. That swan neck balance cock engraved with that floral motif, which they changed it into a splash of water, by the way, in the balance bridge they prepared for the Odysseus, right? You know, again, shows you the kind of attention they pay to their different lines, different models, different calibers. But this Zeitwerk caliber just looks amazing. You know, they usually have the 3/4 plates, of course, on the movement in German silver. Here, there's a modified version. Of course, they are all hand beveled on the edges. Incredible stuff. The rubies, the blackened screws. Here, they're set in gold. Beautiful stuff. I have Polaris ATV. I don't even ATV like a vehicle. Loose Tooth says, Je ne coûte Polaris Geographic World Time is a boutique-only piece from a few years ago. That's nice. Let's see. Let's see that. Polaris Geographic World Time. Yeah, monochrome apparently did a piece of it. You see, again, I think, you know, as much as I usually appreciate very simple dials, three-handers, when I don't initially like a design, sometimes I get inspired to look at it once more when there's some more interest on the face, on the dial, and there's something special about the movement, and I think this is certainly the case with the Polaris. Yeah, I like it. And this one has red accents, of course, instead of the orange. It has the world time function. Dates on the register, the date on the register here, the second time zone here. Yeah, that's a nice watch. I don't know if they are now in the secondary market and how they're trending. Let's see that. Polaris World Time. No, that's the chronograph. Okay. That's an option as well. An interesting watch. And that's in titanium. And yeah, the boutique exclusive, I guess, didn't really make it to the secondary market, at least not yet. But these chronograph world times just trend right under 15K. And let's see how much this sold for. Yeah, more or less that price. The Geographic World Time, which is a very different execution, of course, than the chronograph world time, which we saw here. Right, these are the kinds of prices. The US-based seller has it for $13,250, and that's the chronograph. Guys, give me a second. I will get some water and I'll be right back. You see, I have such loyal viewers. Everyone is still here. Thank you for not leaving me stranded like that. Newbie is asking, Dornblut und Söhne might be up your alley, Lord. I have taken a look at them. It didn't pull me in right away. Let's see. But I will check them out. Let's take a look. Dornblut und Sohn. This is also a German company. It's also Saxonian. They are actually in another city in Saxony, in the state of Saxony in Germany. And yeah, I think maybe it's the case design. I find it a little chubby. And you might say, so is your face, but hey, I don't like my watch face to be chubby. But yeah, do you have a recommendation, newbie, in terms of the specific model? Maybe we can configure something here and take a look at it. Big Meech, welcome. Jump, 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 jump on the panel, please. And guys, the link is pinned there, but I'm sending it again. Captain Kirk says they're a bit big, aren't they? Yeah, I felt the cases are a little, as a design too. I'm sure, from movement to movement it changes. But hey, newbie, again, if you have a particular design in mind, I would love to take a look. I've heard great things about their work, their movement finishing. Let's see what we can do here. Do you have a chronograph, for example? Do they have a chronograph? They have moon phase. They have small seconds. Small seconds with the up and down, power reserve. They have small seconds with the up and down power reserve placed at 3 o'clock rather than 12. They have central seconds with the power reserve right there. They have the regulator clock, which is one of my favorite designs, which has the hours here, the minute hand prominently displayed in the middle with central seconds and power reserve, small seconds and date. Again, central seconds, power reserve and date, and then the big date, oversized date. Yeah, nothing that really catches my fancy, to be honest. It's Lord Hellespont v@gmail.com, MCM. So this is the PayPal. At Gmail. If you still have problems, just send me an email. You might have to enter my name, and I can perhaps take care of that for you. But it should be okay with this full address, Lord Hellespont v@gmail.com. Jay says that looks like a Swiss Army watch. Yeah, it just didn't catch my fancy. Again, no offense, newbie. Loose Tooth says about the Polaris World Time, that boutique limited edition. Not this one. This is the one executed in titanium and with the chronograph rather than this particular complication. But yeah, I like them both, actually. These hadn't caught my attention, loose tooth. It could be something to take a look at. Again, remember when I talked about the Polaris Perpetual and saying they're 35,000 out of the door, it's not like you can get a Perpetual Calendar for that money every day of the week from some other brand, right? That you don't find many steel sports watches with that function. When you do, they're really expensive. I mean, or unobtainable anyways, right? A Royal Perpetual Calendar, I don't think is obtainable for most. MCM says 10-4. Thank you, MCM. It should work now, but if it doesn't, you can always email me and we'll figure something out. But thank you at any rate for trying. That's already very generous. So yeah, I did love that Polaris World Time. Sorry. Of course, I did love that as well, but I loved trying the Polaris Perpetual, which was already in the boutique. And the list price is 32,800, and the case is actually very nicely contoured. So even on my effeminate wrists, it sat quite well. And hopefully they will actually let me at least take a few pictures, if not shoot a few videos, and perhaps go live on Thursday so we can take a closer look at some of this stuff. Their own line, of course, has the Doctor Strange. That's in direct competition with this. And that's also available in silver, but also in white gold. I don't know why I said silver. I meant stainless steel, of course. And I think with the black dial, it's very legible and quite cool, honestly. And mind you, it has a very different feel. Of course, it's the same function. It's obviously a different movement, being as thin as it is. But you might actually say that this is, of course, more loyal to the heritage of the brand than any other execution of this particular grand complication. After all, especially at its founding and for most of its existence in the 20th century, the ultra-thin calibers, the ultra-thin tractor calibers, as they called them, the workhorse, yet still very finely and delicately made calibers, were the bread and butter of the watchmakers. So to get a Perpetual Calendar with them in ultra thin would always be a great option. But of course, this is a much smaller watch. It's a much thinner watch. It's a true dress watch of the highest caliber, no pun intended. And in stainless steel, I think it's quite a beauty. And again, a very interesting option and value proposition, of course, in that particular segment, right? We're still talking about $25,000 out of the door. Captain Kirk says, have you thought of having Bill Sanders as a guest only on your show? I love this guy. As much as there are certain characters who try to pit Bill Sanders against the pontiff, I really don't understand what that whole thing is about. I think Watch Art Sci is a great channel. Bill Sanders is someone who knows a lot about horology, about watchmaking. He has had at least some basic training himself. And as you guys know, he used to be a professor. He's a retired professor, so he certainly has the skill and the métier and the talent to lecture and do it in an engaging way. So I would love to have him. Captain Kirk, if you can interface for me, because I don't want to just email him out of the blue. I don't know if he even responds to these things, but if you know him a little better than I do, I would love having him on the show. And obviously, I would try to have a very focused conversation, because I would love to get the best of him. I would like to make the best use of his time. So Newbie says, is Memovox alarm a useful complication? I could see myself using it every day. Could it be used daily or not intended for such use? It can be. It can be. I think, look, I mean, it's a little quaint, isn't it? It's the idea of having an alarm on your mechanical watch. It's like, do you guys remember do you guys remember Flintstones and how they had the remote control in that show, that they would press something and the bird will fly to the TV and press a button for them? That's what the Memovox alarm makes me think of, especially in the daily use context, right? If you want to set an alarm, why not use your smartphone? But anyway, I'm just being a little facetious, Newbie, so I know. It feels nice, these things, the alarm clocks. I tried the Memovox alarm. I tried also when I was at the Breguet boutique in Beverly Hills, which are actually, they're actually very nice. They treat their customers really well. And AC Morgan and I were having a chat about this a couple of days ago. And our idea was, perhaps they don't get so many customers enthusiastic about watches coming to see them every day. And sometimes maybe they get genuinely excited when someone comes in and is actually interested in watches. But anyway, I tried the Breguet Marine and their alarm watch. It feels very nice on the wrist, when you have that particular complication set off. So I can certainly see why that would be attractive. Of course, it can be a very useful complication if you are just, snorkeling or something and want to use it actually in some depth. But yeah, it could be something like a nice party trick, right? And reverso is like that too, right? That case flip, that swiveling mechanism, it had a function in the very beginning, in the origins of the watch, which was to be reversed to protect the glass crystal. But nowadays, it's just something nice that you can show off or show to people with whom you have that sort of intimacy, right? If it has a specific engraving, for example. And yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, newbie. It is a head turner. So it's like a special trick, right? We have all these complications, and some of them are impressive to us watch nerds, and other things appeal to even the average person. I don't even know if they have it in their line now, the alarm version. Yes, they do. Mariner, Fox. Yeah, and it has that beautiful bracelet again. I think. Look, I don't usually like the Polaris, dial layout, right? I don't mind the case. I think the contours of the case are actually quite beautiful and utilitarian. I like the finish on the case. But yeah, it kind of feels empty and not in a good way, right? The skeletonized hands, for example, to me, it doesn't have much purpose here. Of course, it has a lot of purpose when you have the perpetual and you have an entire, series of subdials here that you might want to take a look at. But anyway, hey, I think it's really a beautiful watch overall, even though it's not necessarily my taste, and it does take after their own design, their own time-honored movement. I think the Polaris line is 42 in general. I don't know if they have a smaller. Do they? I think maybe the date or the automatic is perhaps smaller. Yeah, the automatic is smaller, 41. The date is already 42. Yeah, they do have a smaller size, 41. But trust me, 42 wears, it doesn't wear any larger than the Submariner 41. I could easily say that. MCM says, Bill has incredible passion and knowledge, especially regarding the independent watchmakers. Super friendly and classy guy. The two of you would have a great horological convo. Well, look, MCM and Captain Kirk, I know I was asked this question before, but you got me genuinely excited now. I would love that. I would love that opportunity. I think he's great. He's great on his own. I love listening to his live streams. I try to catch one per week. Pardon me. And I enjoy it quite. I really enjoy it. So I would love to collaborate with him at some level, but we will see. I would love someone to interface before anything, but yeah. Just a quick reminder, I am hosting the Archie Luxury live stream tomorrow. It will be at the usual time, which is 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern time, right? So wherever you're in the world, if you usually frequent it, please be there. I need your support. I need you to be in the chat. I need you to be to be able to direct the conversation there. I'll try to respond again in the best way possible. That's of course that's a channel that's much bigger, so I won't perhaps be able to attend to all your questions. But if you're there, if I recognize your name, from the chat. I'll pay special attention, of course. And thank you, by the way, NCM. I think that's you, has just contributed via PayPal. And I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution. Yes. So I would appreciate it if you could be on the Archie Luxury show tomorrow, all of you who are listening in. It would be great to have you. I will certainly try to pay attention to you, and I will appreciate your support, your presence. And on Thursday, I will try to provide some content from the new Gérald boutique opening their new flagship store in Beverly Hills on Rodeo Drive that is having a party. So hopefully we can do something. And on Saturday, I think I will probably end up just taking a bunch of pictures at Lange. I know the general idea of Audemars Piguet is not even allowing pictures, but we'll see. Captain Kirk says, why is it that older designs, and not just watches, are almost always better than new designs? Well, I'll try to take the kinder perspective at this, Captain Kirk, because I think on a sentimental level, I agree with you, but there is something to be said about designs that lasted, right? The Pontiff's book, right? Luxury to last, design to last. So a lot of the older design, whether it's a piece of architecture, a building preserved from a bygone era, or an industrial piece of design, whether we are talking about a car, about a timepiece, or even a particular appliance, a fridge, an oven, a cast iron skillet, right? Whatever it is, whatever that lasts, whatever that transcends its time, of course, is a particular piece of design. And when we have them 30, 50 years after their initial design, after their initial release, or when we have the Reverso 90 years after its official release, when we have the Royal Oak 50 years later down the road, it means that they got something right? So they survived. And even though I'm not a militant proponent of it, I do generally have a certain notion that when it comes to designs, that the best ones stand the test of time, that the best ones will transcend that particular period or era for which they were made, and will never quite outlive their use or exhaust their utility. So older designs that make it into the 21st century, of course, have a charm that is tried and tested, that stood the test of time, that newer pieces have not, and the newer pieces have not yet achieved that status, right? So they will always have the pedigree that will contrast with a newer piece of design that hasn't yet made its mark. So that's my more generous review, without waxing nostalgic because I do enjoy, especially when it comes to the horological world, the older designs more than newer ones. But then again, there are pieces that kind of reinvent the wheel and still look pretty good. Ali, welcome back. He says, for cars, it's fuel efficiency standards. It's almost impossible to beat the physics without similar body profiles. For a lot of other things, it's about manufacturing at scale, cost value versus handmade. Yeah, maybe part of it is execution, right? When we are talking about smaller pieces of design, even when you have the same design, there's something different when it's actually executed by artisans, um, versus something that is manufactured at a bigger scale and it's mostly made by machines, right? It just won't come out the same way. Corrado Galizia says, are there any new Vacheron dress models you would consider along with the Lange or JLC? For myself, perhaps. I think there are a few traditionnels that I do like. Let's, because when it comes to the uh, newer stuff by Vacheron, of course we are talking about a different price segment really compared to JLC, for sure. And sometimes even yeah, I think it's pretty much at the same price with the Lange there. But you have to go with something that's very plain and classical when you go with Vacheron at that particular price range. So I would consider something like this. The boutique exclusive that you were talking about just yesterday, I think, Corrado, right? The guilloche decorated dial, the Dauphine hands, applied pink gold indices, pink gold case, very classical, quite beautiful, nice caliber. I think they have some interesting options in patrimony as well, if you don't mind. I'm not a huge fan, with all due respect, of the 56 series. I never really warmed up to it. But the patrimony seems even, in a way, even more traditional. But I can see myself wearing something like this as well. Probably on a black strap or on a dark brown strap rather than something that accentuates and italicizes the blue in such an obvious way. But yeah, that seems like a good good option, really. I think this one has an automatic movement as opposed to the traditionnel that we just looked at, which has a manual wind movement. Let me see. Wanna make sure that I am. Yeah, this is self-winding, Geneva seal, beats at 4 hertz. What about the traditionnel? Collections, traditionnel. For that, you have, of course, the hand-wound caliber with the Geneva seal, also beats at 4 hertz and 65 hours of power reserve. Yeah, they're both quite elegant. You know, I think it's up to you which one you would prefer, but one could go for that. I mean, let's not forget, right? You know, at the end of the day, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lange, and Vacheron Constantin are part of the same family of companies at this point. And of course, they have their own heritage, they have their own lines. But the fact that they produce a comparable product, even though they appeal to different segments, and then that they have different strengths as brands, it's no wonder that they somehow all attract someone like me, because I think it's a thoughtful selection, a thoughtful trio of companies. Ali says, the patrimony has something for everybody, and Newbie says it's very easy to overcomplicate designs. It sometimes takes me a year to design a website I'm fully happy with. I'll design it, looks great, but after 3 months of staring at it, it starts to bug me. Yeah, I think that's the other thing, right? Perhaps a lot of the simplicity of older designs may have already been exhausted, right? And a lot of times when people are trying to come up with something new, perhaps they try too hard, right? I'm talking about horological design at this point. And sometimes we are happier with the execution of simple classic designs, you know, like a three-hander, like a 2-register chronograph. You know, there's no reason to overcomplicate it. Or a perpetual calendar with the moon phase at 6 o'clock, right? Which is a very specific look. Maybe you don't need to play around too much. Would you say in that way they are somewhat inferior to Patek? Absolutely not. I think Lange is quite at the same level with Patek, if not better, but that's just my personal opinion. Vacheron Constantin also produces only 40,000 watches. They have different strengths. Vacheron is a little, used to be at least, it's become more streamlined, I think, under Richemond's leadership. But they used to have the bolder, more characteristic designs compared to Patek. But in terms of the finishing of their movements and the quality of horological design and finishing that went into them, I don't think they lack from Patek in any way, especially in year 2022. And when it comes to JLC, sure. I mean, JLC is still, in terms of man hours put into the making of a single watch, it's still very respectable proportionally. But they make a little more watches than all these three brands. I think JLC makes more watches than both Lange and Vacheron combined. And JLC plays a role when it comes to these sorts of watches, a role of democratization in a way. A lot of times you will see that they will have ultra-thin movements in steel, which other high horological brands would preserve for precious metal. They would have a prestige complication like a Perpetual Calendar or simply a triple calendar in steel. Other brands like Patek, like Vacheron would not do that. So I think it's just a difference in brand philosophy. It depends on what you are specifically looking for. When you're looking for a dress watch in precious metal, I don't think you can go wrong with either one of them. If you like the Reverso, a precious metal ultra thin Reverso is one of the best deals in dress watches. It could be a great option. Otherwise, I'm going to try to move away from my personal preference, but I think it's a toss-up between Patek, Calatrava, and Vacheron Patrimony or Traditionnel. JLC actually contributed some of its R&D and production towards A. Lange. Absolutely, because you might know that Günter Blümlein led IWC. At the time, it was under the umbrella of Les Manufactures Horlogères, and they acquired in time JLC, and afterwards Blümlein collaborated with Walter Lange in the 90s to revive Lange und Söhne as the representative of Saxonian watchmaking artistry in Germany. And this is kind of a well-known secret in the horological world, but that's oversized date design, of which Lange takes a lot of pride, and they have this connection of it to the Dresden Opera House. But it turns out in the actual story that the Grand Date module was designed by JLC, and it's the first iteration of that movement that was gifted to Lange und Söhne to introduce that oversized date complication. So it's basically the Reverso Grand Date with its big date complication with its big date module has the same provenance as Lange 1, because it was Gégé Lecoutre that designed it in the first place and then contributed it as a gesture of goodwill for the revival of this brand for German watchmaking. Newbie says, simplicity without being bland is difficult to execute. I completely agree, and that's why a lot of times some of the newer designers shy away from it, because they don't want to be considered bland, boring, uninnovative, right? J617 says, Vacheron Constantin really fell off without the free-sprung balance. Overseas cannot compete with the Aquanaut and Royal Oak. Look, overseas is a grail for a lot of people. For me, it never really hit the right spot. It never really sunk to me. So I don't really know what to say about it for the most part. I do like the older generation, the chronograph with the white dial, the asymmetric 3 registers in different sizes, and the oversized 8. I like that. But yeah, when it comes to the new generation, I just never warmed up to it. Again, no hard feelings. Hopefully, it won't anger any Vacheron Constantin fans in the audience. But this is the overseas that I actually like. This was the previous generation. And you might even say 2 generations ago, because before they stopped the production of these, they had also switched to a different movement, which moved the dates here between 4 and 5 o'clock, which is how they do it now as well. I do actually prefer it in the white when it comes to this particular generation, for sure. But ultimately, yeah, I never quite gotten into it. It's a little more interesting, I guess, in the dual time. Maybe I have a similar feeling that I have about the overseas that I have about Gégel-Coutre's Polaris. That the three-hander seems a little bland and uninteresting to me. The overtime is a little better, but even then, I don't. Yeah, it's not really. Yeah, the most interesting thing to me is actually the rotor. I do love that rotor, the sandblasted decoration and the design of it is really intriguing. But beyond that, I don't find anything much interesting. Jay says it looks like a ballerina in a linebacker's body. Hey, linebackers can have very good feet, as you know. The football players are actually very nimble on their feet, interestingly. So it's fascinating that you would make that comparison. You know, that they can have really good footwork. Sometimes they get a little too encouraged. And I had, in every boxing gym I ever went to, there were in the US, there was at least one football player who was trying to become a boxer. And some of that exercises they did in football practice really helped them, but it only got them so far. All right, guys, we have at least another hour to go. I'm going to post the link again, but I'm going to return to perhaps some of the auction results in a little bit, if I'm left to my own devices. But if you have been watching the show and enjoying the content, please upvote. Every vote counts. Hit the like button, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. We have hit a new threshold. The watch hours are almost complete. The community board is open now. YouTube allows me to live stream on my cell phone, which can perhaps give us a different chance on Thursday to stream from location for the opening of Gégel-Coutre's new boutique. So stay tuned for that. But if you could tell all your friends and help me gain more subscribers, that will be the most, that will be invaluable to me, honestly. But beyond that, if you want to contribute now, if you want to encourage me to run more live streams like this, create more original content, feel free to consider a contribution on PayPal. And my address there is lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Jay, yes, we opened the show with that, with the closing moment where it went for 1.7 in Swiss francs and where it broke $2 million. We can go back to that for a second. But yes, that's how I opened the program. Because it was probably one of the more exciting results, and it's quite a unique piece of design, of course, as it is. This is from 1978, his personal Royal Oak that's in an incredible condition, even though obviously it's used. It's an otherwise steel 5402 that is set with an octagonal bezel in 18 karat yellow gold. So it's quite unique, one of a kind. And you can see here Gérald Genta wearing it himself. Apparently it was a 6 minute bidding war that finally realized a prize that crossed the threshold of $2 million. And after a number of Royal Oaks being sold at the Philippe auction the previous Friday, right around $1 million Swiss francs, I think this was somewhat expected. They all crossed $1 million, of course. And for this very special watch to cross 2 million, and you can imagine that Audemars Piguet itself was among the bidders, it comes as no surprise. And again, it is an object lesson in how, in this particular segment of the market, things are still moving. They're still selling, watches that have a particular provenance, that are in a great condition, that show a certain quality. They are selling still at jaw-dropping prices. Auction results. Let's see how the Christie's auction went. Oh, we looked at the Christie's auction. Let's look at some of the antiquorum. See what they realized. There were a few interesting pieces. So yeah, it's their auction, including the buyer's premiums, ended up totaling more than 13.5 million Swiss francs. Incredible. I'm particularly interested in seeing what the gold Speedmaster that went to the Mir special international space station made. Important and modern timepieces. Top lots. We have a Paul Newman, for example, that sold for 387,500 Swiss francs. We have 5711R that sold for 12,500 Swiss francs. The gold Omega Speedmaster that went to Mir space station, that's 1 out of 7. These are 7 gold Speedmasters made for this specific purpose, to be taken to the Mir space station and to be rigorously tested there. And after they make it back to the Earth, 2 of them were made with matching yellow gold bracelets, and 5 of them were mounted on these leather straps with a matching single fold gold buckle. And this is 1 of 7 or 1 of 5, depending on how you slice the cake. And afterwards, they were sold to some very important select clients of Omega. And I think this is the first one that actually went for sale. And it spent 366 days at the Mir space station, and now sold to a lucky buyer paying 312,500 Swiss francs. Aussie expat is here. Watch Nicholas is not rebel streaming against me. Watch Nicholas is running his own stream. He's a friend. He can do whatever he wants. Watch Nicholas is a different breed. He does great work that is very different from what I do, and I appreciate him. We have a classic Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar, 3970. One of the most classical and most desirable watches ever in the auction market. That sold for a little less than $250,000 in Swiss francs. You can see that it's a very crisp example. Look at those hallmarks behind the case, on the case back. Of course, it has a certificate of origin, the box, original box that is flaking, as they say, certificate origin, and the extract from the archives and booklets. So a full set Perpetual Calendar from Patek Philippe, year 1987. A beautiful piece. And you have, again, a Jubilee edition, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 14802 in steel with the Salmon dial, 1 of 1,000. That also sold for almost $250,000 in Swiss francs. Aussie expat says, fight, fight, fight. Yeah, he said nasty stuff about you. Time to say. I'm sure he didn't. Watch Nicholas is actually, it's unbelievable. I know Aussie expat is just playing around, of course, but the things they did to him and the things they said to him and about him were so nasty and so unfounded that, yeah, and it just shows the strength of his character, that he persevered, and now he came back, and yeah, we'll see how things go. But I appreciate him, and I'm really proud of being in the same community with him. And hey, streaming at the same time with him, that's an honor as well. MCM says, I remember back in 2002 getting the first generation VC Overseas Chronophore 10K. When the Vacheron Constantin US Vice President of Sales would come to the AD to meet you. Times have changed. Yeah, very different times. Aussie expat says, joking. It's auction season, world records being set in watches and art. Hey man, I don't want to spend, propagate any nasty rumors, but money is being moved around, so we can't take it absolutely seriously. On the other hand, we have to take it seriously because whatever happens in the auction market does trickle down and comes back to bite us collectors. One of the beautiful design elements of the Royal Oak, of course, is how those bolts on the octagonal bezel align perfectly with the contours of the bezel and thus also the dial. And in the first design, of course, they were supposed to be in stainless steel too, but the first prototypes that were held in the mix of salt water they made at the headquarters in Le Brassus started corroding, actually. So not so stainless after all. Ultimately, that forced them to choose white gold for those bolts to set that octagonal bezel on the case. And the way they age, of course, is quite beautiful and creates yet another nice contrast on this beautiful design and another point of visual interest around the dial as well. Beautiful. As much as I like the classic midnight blue and the way it takes on patina over time, I also like the salmon dial on a Royal Oak as well. It looks very distinguished. Pardon me, guys. And here we have a Perpetual Calendar in platinum, right? Yeah, 3970 EP. Wow, it comes with an extra black dial that is diamond set with a baguette diamond at 12 o'clock. How beautiful is that? You see how crisp those hallmarks are? I don't mind the scratch at all. Give me the scratch over anything. Of course, with as is the case with all platinum Patek watches, it's set with a small flawless diamond right there between the lugs at 6 o'clock. Lovely piece. $212,500. These were the top lots, apparently, of this auction. Some very interesting pieces. There's a 25902 in platinum, open worked tourbillon. In a Royal Oak case. Very beautiful. Fantastic. I mean, look at that hand engraved decoration. I mean, it's not only the face of the dial that's open worked, but also, of course, the movement itself, carrying the initials of the founding families, of course, Audemars, Piguet. What a fantastic piece. Hey, it even comes with an Audemars Piguet keychain, I think. I'm glad they're throwing that in for free after you pay 600,000 Swiss francs. That's a nice little gift, party favor that they endow. Ozzy says, agreed, Watch Nicholas is great. Now you need to ban me from your chat. Yeah, I remember I was at some point I was timed out, maybe not banned from the Watch Nicholas chat by one of the one of the trigger happy moderators. I don't know why. But anyway, I'm I'm now more than welcome there. So those bolts are considered single use only. That's an engineer's question, Ozzy. I've never asked myself that. I should ask. I'll ask at the boutique. Ozzy says Travis Baker really imploded hard. And oh, that AP has a little watch battery. Yeah. Sending the link again, guys, to see if any of you would be interested. I want to see again all the lots in that antiquorum auction, because those were only the top lots. I'm sure there were some other interesting pieces that still realized fantastic values, but I think there is nothing that can give us an easy access, because the catalog itself, I don't think, is updated yet. Yeah, this is another kind of work. Okay, let's see. What did the Christies? Or rather, were there any other watches on the Sotheby's had their watch auction as well? Yeah, of course. Okay, let's take a look at those results. And Corrado, thank you for your contribution, by the way. Thank you for so consistently and frequently supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. I also appreciate that you are here and that you're asking the questions, guiding the conversation, helping us move forward. All of that is really, really valuable for me. And I'm hoping that we are providing some help here. The panelists, the people in the chat, and we're all trying to give some guidance and some ideas to you as you consider your next purchase. And these are some of the watches that were sold. A lot of modern Pateks that made, quite respectable prices, nothing too outrageous. But honestly, they have all either exceeded or reached the upper estimate. So I think that's still a sign of a realistic market. I mean, this is how it should be. This is how it should be. Of course, the sector dial double signed by Tiffany, that outdid the upper estimate for sure. The 57R, the pink gold 2-register classic chronograph sold for $81,900. Again, 5070p, the same in platinum with the blue dial, sold for $189,000. I mean, again, everything did quite well here. Which again shows, guys, of course there will be a correction. Of course there will be more realistic prices on the horizon when it comes to some models that have been, hyped up beyond all proportion. But yeah, ultimately, I think some of the most desirable watches are still gonna trend at a very high level. Right? The gold Paul Newman Daytona, for example, with the lemon dial, 617, pardon me, 400, 617,400. The platinum day date with Eastern Arabic numerals and Eastern Arabic day and date did quite a respectable realized price, more than 200,000 Swiss francs. The big red sold for more than 75. A two-tone Zenith Daytona with a mother of pearl dial, diamond sets, index markers except for Arabic numerals at the quarters, sold for more than 30,000. Nice. There's a Tiffany called double signed 16528 that broke 100,000 in Swiss francs. The Daytona's on leather strap, I think, kind of fell right in the middle of the estimates, as you can see. Corrado Galizia says, it's been great opening my eyes to so many options. Yeah, well, I mean, your message was saying, maybe you're ending up getting more confused. So I hope that's not the case. I think there's nothing wrong with having a lot of options. Because there is so much out there, right? The problem we have in the watch market, both individually and also in at the most general level too, is the kind of hype and excessive hype that is placed on just a handful of brands and the couple of iconic models that they have. It just isn't fair to all that is out there in terms of vintage, neo-vintage, and contemporary watches that you can actually find in the secondary market, that you can actually access, that you can actually buy. And it's not just to us buyers too, because it somehow cripples our choices, makes us think all in the same uniform, homogenized way. It's just not, it's not right. So if we can provide a platform here that can give you more than one option whenever you ask a question, that will make me happy. That's exactly what I'm here for. So I hope it's not making that choice more difficult to you. It's helping you enjoy that entire journey, so to speak. Um, and I hope you get exactly what you want after careful consideration. And if that happens, I will consider it a job well done for myself. Jay says, AP is giving famous people 50 seconds to spit their hot fire. You are a famous YouTuber. Guys, I'm not a famous YouTuber. Subscribe to my channel. You have an iconic voice. It's your chance. Check out Studio 50. Hey man, I do like my voice. I have to admit that. I'm not enamored with my face, but I do like my voice. And if it were up to just that, I think I would have a good chance. I'm trying to finish a document for work, Aussie Expat says. Sorry, it's quite all right, man. I'm going to keep posting the link, and it's pinned there. And hopefully at some point I will have a fellow panelist. J617 says they need to smash the estimates. Bad sign if they miss. Yeah, look, I mean, they have been, in a way, they have been spoiled, right? The auction market itself has been spoiled because basically any estimate they have been setting in the past has been smashed to bits, as you have just said, Jay. And ultimately, I think, things are becoming a little more realistic now, and they better be. I mean, the world is in flames, basically. The markets are in free fall. There's more than one war going on. At least there's a war with more than one front. And look, the pandemic is ending. People are spending their money now in different ways, and not only in watches, but watches have been quite popular and will have a certain staying power. So I don't imagine that the auction market and that the auction houses will lose a lot, but maybe they won't have auction and after auction where they break records in every single model they choose for their lots. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. Jay says the luxury world revolves around the salon system. It is not right, but ultimately protects the buyers. Jake Brooks, JB, welcome back to the channel. It's so nice to see you. The buyer's premium likely 15 to 25%. Yes, I'm sure we can read the fine print, but I'm not very interested in that. See, there's one that I had actually emphasized and pointed out in my preview that smashed the ceiling of the estimate. The high ceiling of the estimate was 100,000. This limited edition Daytona from 2010 that was issued to the Dutch football team, which participated in the 2010 World Cup, sold for 441,000 Swiss francs. And you see, in a way that is usually not done in the 21st century by Rolex. It has a racing dial with orange accents as befitting the Dutch royal color in white gold, and it's sold for more than 4 times the estimated amount. Quite a beautiful and unique watch, honestly. It's I'm not really surprised, but I wasn't expecting it to do so well. Still, it was one of the pieces, as you know, that I had identified in the run-up to the auction. The Langonsöhne striking time Zeitwerk. You can see the gongs there and the digital display, of course. Sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs. Look at that beautiful movement. And that's the charm of, by the way, German silver, right? It's a movement that's built out of German silver in large part, and it has that yellow hue to it that makes it look quite beautiful in the movement, in a way that I appreciate even better than pink gold, honestly, that FP Jaune uses, for example. The more plain Jane version of the Zeitwerk in pink gold sold for a little more than 50,000 Swiss francs. Our favorite hand-wound chronograph, Vacheron Constantin Malte, 47,120, sold for a little more than 25,000 Swiss francs. You can get it actually for cheaper on Chrono 24. I think this is one of the most beautiful options at that segment. Prestige hand-wound chronograph with a movement that is based on the Lemania 2310 or CH27 Eboche. I really do love the case design on this one, as you have probably heard many times. I love the way that the dial is laid out as well. And it's a relative bargain compared to what you can find by Patek Philippe in the similar segment. You have a boutique edition of the Historique American 1921, sold for more than 40,000 Swiss francs from 2015. You have a 222 in yellow gold. That's, I think, I want to say maybe it's not the full size, is it? Yeah, it's the medium. It's the medium size, because these used to be 37 in full size. And even the reduced size sold for almost 60,000 Swiss francs. You see 56,700. Incredible how these have picked up in such short order. Jake, you're being harsh. Jake Brooks says for the 2010 racing dial, white gold Daytona with the orange accents, he says they made that for the runners-up. With all due respect, Jake, that's as far as the Dutch football national team ever got. So unfortunately, for all the provenance and all the history they have, the Dutch never won the World Cup. I had mentioned to you that I really love this very early execution of the triple calendar in Royal Oak Offshore, and that sold above the high estimate as well, almost 24,000 Swiss francs. They have been on the up and up as well. They have been gaining a lot of value. Of course, this was the Genta Royal Oak that we just examined, cheekily listed as Lot 72, 1972 being the year in which the iconic design was first released. And then you have actually interesting paintings by Gérald Genta that kind of integrate his horological designs into larger drawings. You know, you have one with the Nautilus that sold for more than 50,000 Swiss francs. The one that puts the octagonal bezel of the Royal Oak into the frame sold for more than 30,000 Swiss francs. You have a number of Royal Oaks that were, and Nautiluses that are added to this auction, an A-series Jumbo Original 5402 that sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs. Again, a white gold with the tapisserie dial, diamonds, and baton hands that sold for 163,800. A jumbo in yellow gold that sold for more than 150,000. A 3700 Nautilus, again, the first series, that sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs. The reduced size medium case, in this case from 42 to 39, that sold for 88,000 in yellow gold, of course. Yellow gold champagne dial of the medium case, reduced size, that sold for 100, retailed by Gubelin, right, double signed. You have again another 3,800 that sold for 75,000. Really fascinating how much these two designs have picked up in value, right? You have that Italian limited edition in black and blue dial that's basically sold for more than $150,000. Jay says, a little bit off topic, but if you want a good laugh, are you familiar with the R. Mutt story? I don't actually. Marcel Duchamp entered a urinal into the Paris juried art exhibition. It's a good read. I'll check it out, Jay. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. You know that I like the history of modern art. The one with that Grand Tapisserie red dial in the reduced size, 14790, sold for almost 70,000 Swiss francs. This two-tone titanium platinum one sold for more than 100 Swiss francs from 2017. Right? It's a 41 millimeter case, of course. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, this is very strange to me. I mean, I love the Royal Oak. I was never a huge fan of the Nautilus, I should say, as a design. But I find it very strange how these have picked up in value, and perhaps ultimately, having looked at that Dutch Daytona, maybe the tulips come to mind, the tulip bulbs that were selling for outrageous prices at a given point in time. There's this Perpetual Calendar Platinum Royal Oak from 2010. That's a very attractive piece, of course. You know, you see the skeletonized and beautifully decorated rotor there with Audemars Piguet. And it's hard not to be impressed by that, honestly. But that is a very special piece, right? I'm more fascinated by what are, just on the face of it, just regular production pieces that have gained so much value over time. Like, this is just the previous reference. There's nothing special about it. 15202. And it sold for $250,000 in Swiss francs. Like 5980A, right? The Nautilus chronograph in steel. Almost 150, 138,800. The flyback chronograph in white gold, of course, this was the 40th anniversary Nautilus, 5976/1G. That sold for 630,000. This, of course, is the green dial. That sold for more than 500,000 in Swiss francs. 5711 with the green dial. Let's see. John C., welcome to the channel. Thanks for dropping by. Hey, Lord, any recommendations for a durable, reliable dress watch? I would say go with something in steel. If you're into the design, pick up a Reverso in steel, Reverso Grand Tie. You don't have to get anything complicated. You can get something with 2 hands, seconds on the sub-dial, beautiful. If you're saying that's too off the beaten path for me, I prefer something that's more traditional, more conservative, something in a round case. Go with the Master Control. Let me just pull that up for you. LC Master Control dates. The new one they put out with the blue is, of course, always an option, but you really don't even need to do this. You have something like this, right? This is what they have in the current line, right? And I think their legibility might be an issue, right? I don't mind the price so much because, again, for the quality you are getting, I think these offer a genuine value proposition. But you guys know me already. I would go to Chrono 24 to get a sense of how these trend in the secondary market, and you'll see that there are so many great deals. And for me, the one to get, right, especially if you don't mind paying that price already, would be the Sector Dial edition. That was the 25th year anniversary edition of the master control that was put out by Jaeger-LeCoultre at the time. These go for around $8,000. You can easily find them. They have those iconic syringe hands, a beautiful sector dial with those lighter blue accents, Arabic numbers at the quarters, except of course the date at 3 o'clock. This is a beautiful dress watch. And yes, you don't necessarily bang it about like you do an oyster case Rolex, right? But I think that still doesn't mean that it can't be a reliable everyday wear dress watch that's also very elegant, very unique, has its own piece of history. And this is, look, I mean, this is listed at $7,500 by a private seller. You can suggest a price, original box and papers. It's not in pristine condition. You can see that it is a little banged about. But hey, it shows you that after 5 years, having been worn, it doesn't look bad at all. I think it just shows you how great of an option it actually is. And I would get that in a heartbeat. If I didn't have the reverso, I would get this sector dial in a heartbeat. So John C., I hope you found that helpful. My suggestion would be Jaeger-LeCoultre in steel. If you want the round case, get a master control date. Even the sector dial, if the design appeals to you, that's beautiful. If the design doesn't appeal to you, there are other master controls that are even slightly cheaper. You know, here under 7,000, this is what you get. Right? This was the model that we were looking at earlier on the website. And they came out with the 30th anniversary model that has this graduated blue dial with sunburst in the middle with a matching blue leather strap. And this will be a limited edition, but you can easily get it, I'm sure, at this point in time from your authorized dealer or a Jaeger-LeCoultre boutique. So if you're into something like this, I would rather get it in the anniversary edition and try to ask for a discount. But in the secondary market, my choice would be the sector dial. Or you can just get it, get a reverso if you like the if you actually liked the design, like a rectangular case. Jake Brooks is asking, on the Royal Oak with two dials disconnected. Sorry guys, sometimes there's a delay, so I end up missing the reference. I am making my way back, JB, to see with the two dials. Which one were we talking about, I wonder? Oh, this? No, the bracelet is not disconnected. It's just comes with an alternative dial. It's the same design. There's no Royal Oak without an integrated bracelet, so to speak, right? There are, of course, Royal Oaks that come with just a leather band, especially, you know, Royal Oak offshores might come with a leather band or a rubber band, but even those have the same case design with the particular end links that connect it to that leather band or the rubber band. So I don't think that ever changes. I think this is the one you were talking about, and it has the same design, really. And this is a 39 millimeter case too, so it has the dimensions of the original, but a different dial design. Obviously, as you can see, it has the Grande Tapisserie, the larger quote-unquote waffle dial with Arabic numerals on the outside, and a kind of graduated dial design, therefore, overall. Jay says, Royal Oak owns the space. There are very few watches that can be worn by executives without drawing attention from onlookers. Rolex is too flash, and most other brands are too thick to slide under the cuff. I think that's one of the real virtues of the Royal Oak, right? When it came out with that JLC designed, Gérald designed AP caliber 2121, it really brought together what were seen as perhaps irreconcilable before, right? Like a sports chic watch with elements of an ultra thin dress watch that brought together the classical elegance of that dress watch with the modernist brutalism of the sports watch. And somehow it's really the best of both worlds, right? It's an extra thin, it has the dimensions and muted presence of an ultra thin dress watch. But once it's noticed, it has all the larger than life, outsized presence of a luxury sports watch as well, especially with the particular hand finishing that goes into it. It's really beautiful. Flash of Time, welcome back to the channel. Vacheron Constantin Day Date is a great supporty dress watch option. Let's see exactly what you mean, my friend, because I didn't automatically connect it to a model. Is it one of the 56 models, perhaps? I may have missed it out. 56 day dates, maybe. They have complete calendar, of course. They have the three-hander, and oh yeah, they have the day date. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, look, I know some, I think it's the three-handers of the 56 series that doesn't have the Geneva seal, and that offer an affordable option to as an entry point to the Vacheron Constantin as a brand. But these are quite interesting. Hey, I wouldn't kick it out of bed for eating crackers, so to speak. But I feel, with all due respect, I think for a stainless steel watch, I think, yeah, I would still go with Serge Couture. There's just too much going on the dial, you know? So unless it's something like a perpetual calendar or something, and hey, you can actually get the Gégé Couture ultra thin perpetual calendar for a little more than this price. In the secondary market, you might be able to snap it actually. Let's see. Master ultra thin perpetual calendar. Yeah, even cheaper, in fact. Like, I mean, would I get this at $20,000 if you're looking for really a complicated stainless steel dress watch, or the Vacheron Constantin? I would get the Master Ultra Thin Perpetual Calendar every day of the week and twice on Sunday, with all due respect. John C says, really helpful. Thanks. Yeah. Again, for under 10K, my option would be Master Control Date. Around 7.5K, you can get the sector dial on the secondary market, 2017 model, great piece. You can get a Reverso Grand Tie for around or right under 5K. If you like the rectangular case, if you like that model. And you can get, if you want something complicated, right? But this is not really robust and reliable and everyday wear as a dress watch. It's an ultra thin perpetual calendar for, for fuck's sake. So anyway, but this could be a good option at 20. Jake says Rolex Chilenium. That's his advice for Sure, why not? Why not? But yeah, once again, for me, Gérald every day of the week in the secondary market. Get the steel, and you're done. You're set. Yeah, 7,500 for the master control, 5,000 for the reverser in steel, and you have some great options there by Gérald for that price point, and for the idea of a robust and reliable everyday dress watch. VC56 line uses Cartier movements, better options for money. There are better options than the 56 Vacheron for the money, Jay says, I think. Have you ever checked out Tetsu straps? They look well made, and I'm waiting to check out their Alcantara one. You know what, Jay? I kind of feel like I missed the boat on this, because I want to actually, I've always wanted to come up with some alternative to leather straps. And Alcantara seems to be used increasingly now for suede alternatives that are vegan, of course. Right? So I want to check this out. I was going to sit down and talk with a maker at some point, but I feel like I'm missing the boat on this one. But these look just fantastic, on the fitting, on the fitted end link as well. Right? All these different colors here. You have the dark gray Alcantara. I don't even know how you say this word in English, honestly. How do you pronounce it? But this is usually the material they use to cover the insides of the chests, right? Like when Mike makes his watch box, this is the material that he would use to line it. Beautiful orange there That seems like a very nice shade, like a burnt orange, maybe a little bit, light gray, black, red, which is really bright. It's hurting my eyes. Like a dark blue here, like a French blue, perhaps. And this is how it looks with the black, black, black GMT. An IWC chrono there with the gun ceramic, Top Gun. A Sea Dweller retailed by Tiffany on a green. A very poor choice if you ask me, but hey, why not? It's their watch. They can wear it how they want. And yeah, for something that's especially produced, that doesn't seem to be a bad price. And you can choose the width here. You can choose the strap length. You can choose the color. You can have the matching stitching. You can have white, contrast stitching, which can be a nice sporty option. And they throw in a buckle. Or you can use your own, if you want to use like a Rolex buckle, for example. I think this is great. I don't grandstand on this issue. We talked about this before. I follow a vegan diet, but I don't have an ideological position on it necessarily. But I do like the fact that there are now so many convincing when it comes to these sorts of products. And much as I don't really like the vegan options for leather, I think Alcantara is a beautiful option for suede when it comes to watch straps. You see these in cars too. Seems to do nice against skin that perspires. Okay, that's good to know. I'm sure they're still lined by something else in the back, but at the end of the day, you want, even with leather straps, you want something usable, right? And when you compare this, right, between calfskin and croc, for example, calfskin wears harder, rougher. It takes on, I feel, better patina over years than croc, which can get aged, cracked, and spotted much easier sometimes. Anyway, maybe it's just me. I could not find their IG, but if you drop the account name, Jay, we would be. I would be happy to do it. Pineapple leather backed and cork filling. Yeah, so it is a vegan strap. Then that's great, guys. I'm gonna go for another 33 minutes, basically. If you have been enjoying the content, please upvote, press that like button. It helps a great deal. Spread the word, share the link on other platforms. That would be invaluable to me as I try to reach 1,000 subscribers. I'm more than halfway there. The watch hours are almost complete, so I'm ready to get monetized the minute I get 1,000 subscribers. If you can help me do that, I would really appreciate that. So tell all your friends. There's a lot of more exciting content coming up. Some 5 to 7 minute videos about regulator watches, about the history of the Reverso, about emergent independent brands that no one seems to be paying attention to, honestly. And I started on that project because I was myself disappointed by the very predictable answers that I gave when George asked me in the chat about, what do you think is the next independent brand? that's going to shake things up like F.B. Jean did. So I did some research and I'm putting something together on that. And finally, I'm gonna also do more live streams and perhaps from outside locations now. At the very least, I have now the ability to do that with my cell phone because I crossed a certain threshold on YouTube as a channel now. I have that permission. I have my community board, which I will start using more effectively and efficiently. And hey, in the meantime, if you have been appreciating the content, if you have been enjoying it, if you want to encourage me to create more, run more of these live streams as an after show to Archie with special interviews, but also from outside locations, you can always consider a PayPal contribution. And my address for that is lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Guys, the link is pinned there, but I'm going to post it a few more times. So feel free to jump on. It will be nice to spend the last half hour with a fellow panelist. But otherwise, since I took it for granted, there reverso is an alternative to as a steel dress watch to wear for the everyday. I just want to show you how the secondary market looks for them. And you will be positively surprised, right? We pull up Chrono 24 and you see, for example, one listed in Japan, right? The dial doesn't have the guilloche decoration, so it makes that relatively less desirable. You have that iconic golden ostrich strap with the contrast stitching. You have the heat blued hands, seconds on the subdial again, an empty canvas, a blank canvas on the case back. Beautiful piece of design, you know, classical engine turned perlage decoration on the carriage. Just a very nice piece to wear for the everyday, and it's right over 4K in US dollars. I think I would rather go with something that has the guilloche dial, right? These are still not running for much higher. You have that scalloped guilloche decoration at the center of the dial. Otherwise, you have the same design, the beautiful ostrich strap that's perhaps aged into a darker shade of brown from gold. And you have an extra strap supplied with it. And yeah, you have a deal for yourself right here, right under 4.5K, original box, original papers. The seller accepts offers, so you can always try that. But beyond that, right? You know, I just pulled this up to give you an idea of how much you have, how many options you have, right under $5,000 for a dress watch if you like the reverso as a piece of design. And in stainless steel, it really is, I think, great for everyday wear. Right? It is a high polish watch, right? So it will be a different experience than wearing a Rolex, of course. But hey, this is one that has an automatic movement, so I wouldn't go for this. But it has a butterfly clasp. It's unique execution of the guilloche decorations on the dial. It's still under $5,000 if for whatever reason you want to go with the automatic movement. If you want the steel bracelet, the Rice Speed design, you have that. That's still under $5K with the bracelet. If you want the broadsword hands, the black dial, a very different vibe, but the same movement, same case design, same dimensions. That beautiful single fold déployant buckle, still under $5,000. Jay says, yes, Grand Seiko is a good dress option. That's good. Flash of Time, do you have a state of the collection video? I'm sure you have plenty of stories to share about your watches. I do have an earlier collection video, and so I had a 4-piece collection when I started the channel. I have a video with that, and then I have an unboxing with the 2 watches that I acquired in February. So if you check out the content, you will find them. I will just post a link in a second after I go through Jay's chats. And yeah, I also have 3 Seikos that also appear at some point in the channel. So Jay says Grand Seiko is a good option for dress watches. Gérald Perregaux, yeah, all the Gérald Perregaux, actually, these are great options. Cartier Tank and Santos, very cool for around $5,000 to $6,000. Cool bracelet. You know, I like bringing out unpredictable options, and these are quite a challenge to find in good condition, right? But if you do, they are really beautiful watches, and what I have in mind is actually the vintage Movado watches that have a triple calendar. And I had some great examples before, and maybe I can find 1 or 2 of them again. And listen, of course, these will be slightly smaller, right? I think they are right around 35 millimeters. But here's an example in yellow gold. The dial has a little bit of wear, right? You know, the circularity of it suggests to me that it's really from the hands. Beautiful, you know, Dauphine hands, the date indicator there, seconds on the subdial, month, day, the Breguet numerals, the Corne des Vaches lugs there. It's just a beautiful piece, and it's again, you might have to look around a little bit to find a good example. But is this yellow gold? I thought it said yellow gold. It is. Okay. Yeah, so if you don't mind something slightly small, this is an amazing watch. It is stainless steel, though. I don't know why it says yellow gold. It does look stainless steel to me. Yeah, I would, I would look for something like this if I were kind of hunting for a quirky little dress watch. This is the two-tone version. The dial is in a better condition on this one, but maybe the case. No, the case looks just fine as well. Right under 3,000. It's a smaller one though, so probably less desirable because of that, because it's smaller and because it's two-tone. I remember seeing, maybe it was on eBay that I saw. Oh, this is, of course, a more classical case that has an engraving on the back. Christian Frech, I like this Movado, never seen before, to be honest. Not a Movado guy. I'm not a Movado guy either, but someone turned me on these because we get confused with Movado because we are used to their so-called museum watch and quartz watches from this period. But vintage, they had some great stuff. At some point, they absorbed Zenith, so they have some chronographs that have very nice movements as well as Basil's bezel. Bezos reminds us here. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna perhaps share a trade secret in the next 20 minutes. Hey, if something comes through in Cash App or in PayPal, just a nominal contribution, I'm gonna share a very interesting watch from this period of time that can shake things up a little bit. And it's really a hidden gem, and I'm really surprised that not more people are turned up on it. And perhaps it's very difficult to find good examples of this watch, good honest examples in great condition. But I'm willing to give away my secret for the last stretch of content today. Hawthorne Smash reminds everyone to upvote and subscribe. Hey, if you are just joining us now, please upvote. If you have been enjoying the content and didn't yet have the chance to smash that like button, please do so. Feel free to spread the word, share the link on other platforms. It helps a great deal. I really appreciate you. I appreciate your support and presence. It's been a great ride so far, and we have gotten here in just a few months, and the best is yet to come. So I really appreciate your support. And Eddie says, I upvoted already. And yes, if you want to encourage me to create more and run more of these live streams, feel free to consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I have a Cash App as well, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Lone Snake says, to be able to carry a 3+ hour solo show and make it engaging and entertaining takes real talent and knowledge. Well done. upvote. Thank you, Lone Snake. You're very generous with your assessment. I try my best. Um, and hey, I just want to talk about watches. Yeah, so these Movado triple calendars are really interesting. Um, I do love them even better in in steel and with the Breguet numbers. And perhaps after I've seen all these other examples, that the one here with the dial that's slightly damaged doesn't look so bad after all. This could be a very interesting pickup for the right person. What a beautiful watch. I just adore the case anyways. So I think I have some examples of their chronographs on my wish list on eBay. So let me cycle through them and see if I can actually find them. Because they really have some great stuff that is from this period, late 50s, 60s, 70s. Some of the most interesting case designs, great movements in them, and also just beautiful dial layouts as well. Let's see. They must have sold. I'm almost sure that I had some that I've been checking out. Just a few. Just a couple of weeks ago. But maybe it was on Chrono 24 already. So we have this. Let's add it there. What about an M90, which is a 2-register chronograph? Yes, thank you. There we go. I mean, tell me this is not beautiful. Wait, this is the better example. How awesome is that? Those beautiful syringe hands, the heat blued center seconds, running seconds, and minutes. That quirky thing there. The dial is beautiful, not in an impeccable condition, but very honest and clean. You have that incredible case. It looks like it will bite into you. Razor sharp. The fantastic vintage bracelet. I'm sure it's jingly jangly just in the right way. And it just oozes like vintage class. It's just fantastic. This is an M90 movement, guys. Check it out at some point. It's a really, really interesting and respectable movement. And you see the price. So you know that for a chronograph from the 1940s, that's a 35 millimeter watch, and not by a high horology brand or not by something that is otherwise known as a high horology brand, you see from that price how these are valued, but also undervalued in a way. Big Meech, how are you doing, man?
What's going on?
Hey, Eddie says, are we talking about Movado? I will rewatch this stream. Hopefully it's not all Movado. Actually, it wasn't at all about Movado, but that's precisely the point, man. 50s, 60s, 70s, a lot of fantastic, complicated watches from Movado, chronographs, triple calendars, and they're undervalued even at this price. Trust me. 20 years from now, people like me and you, at least people who like manual chronographs, they're going to be after this watch. And YouTube, thankfully, is recording this for posterity. So you can come and haunt me or come and congratulate me in 2 decades. How are you doing, man?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah. Where have you been all this time? Missed you, Meech.
I was on the Tim Wright show for a brief period of time, actually. So long story short, I was offered a Patek Philippe by mistake.
By mistake? What does that
By
mean?
mistake.
How are you offered the Patek by mistake?
Because it was supposed to go to VIP only. VIP only. I'll show you what it looked like.
And how is wait, is Smoking Joe not VIP?
Not at this dealership, no.
Okay. And what was the watch that you were offered? You sent me the photo for that? Yeah?
Yeah.
It's that
Yep.
watch? Let's
Yep.
pull it up.
Pull it up. Pull it up, Lord.
Pull it up, Joe. Pull it up. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Please tell me you got it.
No. No.
Why?
Well, for one, so long. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Nobody's watching, Lord. Nobody's watching. So let's go into details.
Okay, well,
I get a text message.
Can I say one thing first? Look.
Yeah, go on.
This would have been signature Joe. Like you would have gotten a Patek that's better in many ways than the one that Diego just got. So you could swing your bigger dick, which is something, you know.
That's what I told Lolex. I sent a message to Lolex. I'm like, should I get this just to take a shit on Diego and take the wind out of his sails?
That's the only reason you're here for. To swing your dick. How could you miss this opportunity? You could have pissed on his parade. What did you do?
So I guess there was a mistake here. So the guy who sent it to me, I sent him a text message back like, is this new old stock or is it new? I said, what's the deal with this? Because you can see the wrapping on there, right? So he said, yes, it's new. I'm like, okay, cool. I sent him a text message. I mean, I said, I called the dealer in Minneapolis and I asked for my regular sales rep. And I'm like, all right, dude, what's the deal with this Patek, Philippe? He said, what Patek? I said, the Nautilus that you, that I got a text message on. You got a Great Dale Nautilus on your hand, right? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I got the picture right here in front of me. Like, I'll send it to you. I sent it to him. 20 minutes later, I get a phone call back. He said, look, man, I'm sorry, but you weren't supposed to see that watch. He said, that's for VIP only. I can't sell you this watch. He said, we appreciate the business that you give us, but this is for elite clientele only. I'm like, oh, okay, well, gee, thanks. So I'm like, well, can you tell me if it's new or not or what? He said, no. He said, it's not new. He said, it's pretty close though. It's like new. The dude never really wore it, I guess. But they were looking for $225,000 for this watch. and there's no way I'd cover the gap on that one. No fucking way.
300.
But-
Oh, okay. So it's not retail. It's not at retail.
No, this one was pre-owned, but it's like new almost, based off of what he told me. But at retail, it would have been like 55,000. I'm if I was told correctly. But he's like, look, he said, here's what I'll do. He said, since you weren't supposed to see this watch, he said, I'll give you a bump on the list. He said, I'll give you 2 bumps on the wait list for the back row, which means nothing to me, honestly. Yeah, that's the story of this strange and peculiar Patek Philippe.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that because it seems like, one, you're a little tricked, and two, yeah, it's a little deflating. I mean, because if you're offered an Nautilus at retail, you have to take it. Thankfully, you have an excuse in this case because it wasn't at retail. Doesn't matter.
Well, there's no way I would have been able to swing it alone. Because Rolex is like, dude, fuck your collection. Fuck your steel stunners. He said, get rid of all your collection, trade up, and that'd be your one and done. He said, just do it that way. I'm like, God, I don't know if I really want to do that.
Look, I have to be fair. I really don't like the Nautilus. So if I would go for a watch that's one and done, it certainly won't be that watch. I can tell you that. But
I've never had experience with them either, so I don't know how well they would actually hold up for day-to-day wear and tear,
Yeah. Eddie asks, by the way, what do you think of Rolex OP silver dial 116000? Is it too plain for you? Not at all, man. I think that's a very different watch than an Air King or Milgauss. I have never been a particular fan of Air King. I love actually a Z Blue Milgauss, which Smoking Joe actually has. I like that watch. That being said, if you want a Rolex dress watch, I think an OP silver dial is always a good option. I would go for something like that than a Cellini, honestly, with all due respect.
Oh, for sure.
To my friend Jake Brooks, who had suggested that earlier. But yeah, I would rather go with another brand anyways for a dress watch. But all of that being said, I actually like the OPs. The only thing I don't like about the OPs are how the hype colors are trending in the secondary market. That's all. Otherwise, I would take an OP over Air King. And as a dress watch, I would take an OP with a silver dial over the Milgauss as well. But just another addition as my
never mind. I was about to say, what does he mean by silver dial? But it doesn't matter because the rhodium was discontinued anyway. So
yeah, so it's this one basically. Let me pull it up. So what I mean is, yeah, as just another addition to my collection, I would rather get the Milgauss. But as a dress watch, I think this is better than Air King or Milgauss. So yeah, I like that. Eddie, aren't you on the board of Rolex? Yeah.
I am with my boutique.
Since when does pre-owned need allocation sales? Ozzy says, I'm not that interested in Patek sports. It's okay.
But it's a hype piece. That's the problem. It's a hype piece. That's why I want it.
Right? Oh, right. So Bezos sent me something on Cash App. So I'm going to fulfill my promise because I said I'm going to show before I close an amazing watch. And we are continuing the theme of Movado. And Bezos was the person actually who said, hey, they use El Primero movement. And you know what? They actually had a beautiful steel sports watch with an integrated bracelet. And right before I get to that, guys, This guy, Smoking Joe, is blowing my phone up with his Instagram messages. So let's see what he is showing here. Oh, so you are saying you would have gotten 5980 AR?
100%. Well, I'm not saying. Yeah, that would be the ideal grill. And for those of people who know that reference, know what I'm talking about. It's the bluesy. It's the bluesy. It's the fuck. It's the fuck you. I've got money. All right.
Yeah.
This is what you can flex on the punches with. And
I
then you
have
can
to
take a piss on somebody, and what are they gonna do? They can't do anything about it. You can't. They can't. I mean, you're wearing a Patek Philippe.
Again, I don't like the Nautilus, but I think this is probably beyond the icons of Rolex and the Royal Oak. This is probably the best execution of two-tone that I've seen in a watch. So I respect that. Yeah, I guess
Do you
you
think
could.
this is a undesirable piece? I mean, it's 75,000 at
No,
retail.
are you crazy? If you can get this at retail, hand over that watch box, take this, and forget about the rest.
The thing is, though, like, okay, so my collection is valued at 60 grand on a good day, right? And with the fucking market taking a tank right now, I probably just barely get half. So that's a pretty fucking tall gap to try and bridge, you know?
Yeah, well, still, I think like if you actually like the Nautilus and you like this watch, I think it's worth getting rid of an entire collection. But of course, you have some sentimental pieces, so I wouldn't actually recommend that. But as a thought exercise, that's all I'm saying.
Right. Oh no, I've thought about it a couple times. Lord, I've thought about trading my watch box for that Date 840 in yellow gold. But I don't know, I just can't bring myself to do it. It's delusional fantasist moment.
I understand. Ozzy says hype. It's just knock on Rolex hype. For some that can't get a Pepsi but have more money, move up to Patek. I disagree with that actually. As much as I don't really like the Nautilus hype, especially. I think they're just a different kind of watch. For me again, I don't actually like Nautilus, so I'm not gonna say better necessarily. I do like the Aquanaut a little bit in steel, especially. But then again, I think it's just a different kind of watch. Some can't get a Rolex and then move down Breitling Tudor. Eddie says, check out 5712R. I'm not a Nautilus fan, but those are hitting it out of the ballpark. Eddie, with all due respect, I like those even less. 5712s. On that, I never liked. But hey, I know what you still exists in the Nautilus lineup, if I'm not mistaken. It's not discontinued yet. But again, as with everything else, it's unobtainable for most. They don't really offer these pieces to anyone but very, very important clients.
You only get one strap with this, right? You only get that cheap leather strap, right?
I mean, you can get more from Patek, of course, but yes.
Well, yeah, but you have to buy it. My point is, it's not like Cartier or Vacheron where they give you three different sets of straps. You're just stuck with the cheap standard.
Right, but Cartier is a cheap brand, whereas Patek is prestige, so it's a little different. Cartier can give away straps to you, but you can't.
Wait, are you saying Vacheron's cheap as well?
A little bit compared to Patek. No, I'm playing with you. Vacherons, that's overseas. That's their gimmick. The quick release 3-strap option. That's what they're playing for. This is not it. This is not a quick release strap anyways. You have to hand it over to a watchmaker unless you really know what you're doing to change the strap on this. It's not quick release.
No, yeah, right. This is yeah. You take this into your Citizens AD and you have them change the strap on it for you.
They can do it, I'm sure.
I'm sure they could too, but they'd probably decline it, honestly.
Jay says Rolex has a bad connotation in the US. 80s kids who grew up here all got them for grad gifts before the hype. They don't connect the horology. Aussie Expat says interest in Patek is literally knock on hype. It really is not, Aussie. I don't know where you got that idea, but hey, it's good to have differing opinion. If Rolex wants at premium, neither would Nautilus. If Rolex would not, I guess you're saying, go at premium, neither would Nautilus. Look, the market is interconnected. Don't take me wrong, but Aussie, look, there are two ways to look at it. Patek in the auction market and in the secondary market always retained value in a way that was most similar to what Rolex did in the past. It was the sports watches that didn't quite catch on, but the sports watches caught on and came into their own already. So whether Rolex falls off or not, Nautilus at the very least is here to stay. It's not going to go away just because the Rolex hype peters off. I don't think that's going to happen. Now I am going to my promised example. And there we go. We have an El Primero chronograph by Movado with a moon phase. Triple integrated bracelet. An interesting piece of design. And there's an example that has even better photos I found. So let's say Movado Astronic here. Look at how sharp that case is. They're already running for 6,500. So get in these while you can.
It's very 80s, isn't it?
It is. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But I think there's a lot to appreciate about this, including the El Primero chronograph movement, including the kind of fun, colorful dial. It's a respectable chronograph with an integrated bracelet. There are not many options. Yeah, Aussie, you're wrong on that one, but hey, you're entitled to your opinion. Yeah, look, I was thinking the same about Royal Oak, basically. I was thinking, hey, it was just the 40th anniversary and they will fall all the way down. But they did not. The Jumbo didn't, at least. Like the iconic model didn't. So whatever Patek does, whether they bring back something like a Nautilus Jumbo, like a successor to 5711 or not, I think it's here to stay. If they don't, in fact, then it's going to go even worse. In fact, that hype is going to take a life of its own, and it will continue operating quite independently of Rolex. Jay says Rolex is indicative of the bros. All the kids who did study abroad programs used to bring them back from duty free. And yeah, the military man as well from the PX. Eddie says, what do you think of the vintage Breitling Maritimer? Maritimer? Are we
Does he
talking
mean Navitimer or Maritimer?
I don't know, because I think he means maybe timer, because you know that I know everything. So, but no, I don't think. I think he means Navitimer. Eddie, I will tell you this. Aurel Bax said in one of his interviews that he never understood why, from the same period, the Daytona is trending like this, and the Speedmaster started picking up on value. He never understood why the Breitling Navitimers from the 60s and 70s are not actually considered as collectible as the Daytonas, as the Speedmasters. So for me, I think it has something to do with the business of the dial, and sometimes with the size, perhaps. But all that being said, I think these might be the next to explode. I mean, look at this piece, for example, like the open book logo, those puffy Arabic numerals that are put there with loom, the syringe hands. If you like something like this, this could be the one to grab, because eventually I can only see them going up. But this is what I will say: wait until the end of the year. I think the watch market is genuinely seeing a correction, and these will probably dip a little bit more by the end of the year. So wait a little bit.
I think that's gonna be with any watch.
Yeah,
I think,
exactly.
like
But
Lolix was saying, Lolix basically said, he said, I think I'm gonna wait till next year. He said, I think everyone's got the same idea. Wait till like mid year to the end of the year. That's when you'll start to see deals coming through.
yeah, so it's I would wait until the end of the year, but I think in terms of vintage chronographs, Navitimers are going to get there at some point, right? They're never going to be as popular as a Daytona, I don't think, or as a
Right.
Speedster, but they do have their own heritage, and they're just as respected among enthusiasts, and the collecting scene will catch up eventually. It's that damn slide ruler. You need a damn PhD to use the watch properly. And Aussie Expert has a great point. The current product success, as successful as Speedmaster is now, as successful as Daytona is now, influences the older stock. And that's another point. Since Josh Kahn took over as CEO of Breitling, they have really straighten up their game. So it can only be better for the vintage market. It can only allow them to gain some value. Old Corvettes wouldn't be as desirable if they didn't produce a current Corvette. I saw this in the wild. The guy had a Ferrari. Which one, Jake? I don't know. Guys, we're in the last stretch, in the last 5 minutes. Feel free to jump on. The link is still pinned there. But Jake was probably meaning either the Astronic or one of the Navitimers. In either case, cool watch. I can see it on the wrist of a Ferrari driver.
Ferrari, Parmigiani, meatball.
Hey, Joe. Any last words? Any concluding remarks?
If you want to walk the streets of gold, you got to know the secret passcode. It's roll, tide, roll.
I thought you were going to say Rolex.
Oh no, that's overplayed.
No steel sports.
No. What does Archie usually say? On top of saying, "Give me your money, you cheap fuckers." Wear your watches. Wear your watches, guys. Life is short. Take out the luxury. Take out the safe queens. It's the end of days. wear your watches.
Get into some consumer debt, as you also say, right?
Gotta get into a little consumer debt. Buy some handbags.
Eddie says, "Do you think the current price of Pepsi at 29,000 a bargain, or it's still too high?" I'm never gonna say that such premiums are ever a bargain, Eddie. So you're asking the wrong person if you ask me. But I would say again, with something like Pepsi too, I would wait a few more months. I would wait until the end of the year, ideally, and see where they go. I don't think they're gonna jump all the way up again. They will either stay here or dip a little further down. But again, this is not investment advice, for entertainment purposes only, guys. Forbin says, "Do you have time to look at this on Chrono 24?" I do, actually. I will close with that, Forbin. Thanks for reminding us. Breitling, Cosmonaut, Rare, Yellow, Gold, Jordanian, it says. I think. Cosmonaut, Rare, Yellow, Gold, Jordanian Air Force. Jordanian Air Force. Nice. Interesting. Rare. Oh, it's a misspelling. It's a misspelled listing. I thought this is a $22,000 watch, Jordanian Air Force. I guess it's like military issued. Interesting. Unfortunately, they have just that one photograph, so we don't really know. But it's what? I think these people have a website of their own. What is the Figora? I think they might have a listing on their website for them. So I'm gonna pull that up. Let's see. Breitling, Cosmonaut. Yeah, there it is, 22,000. I hope on their own website they have more pictures. No. This is fascinating to me. Like, you have a watch with very specific provenance and you don't advertise it. You just have one picture. This is it, guys. Yeah. I don't know, man. Bowser says, "Did you have shoulder length hair at one point?" I did, actually. I will show a photo at some point, but it's damn too depressing. It's so depressing.
Wait, do you have like Mike the Snake hair? You know, have it in a long
Yeah,
braid.
basically, I look so good, man. I miss having hair. Like, it's so depressing to have.
Just get a wig.
Did you? Yeah, Dimebag Darrell was a great guitarist, and he had a very unique style. I think Cowboys from Hell and Vulgar Display of Power, some of the best metal albums ever made, ever written. Fantastic. Aussie Expat says 22K is fair for Pepsi. For me, that's when I would consider pulling the trigger. Yeah, a little bit of premium is not bad, probably, if you desire it so much. But 29, I think, is still, it's unacceptable, man. Agreed, Eddie says 29K was peak pricing for Pepsi. Forbin says they misspelled it. Yes, my apologies. I just found it. Bezos says maybe it just came in. Maybe you're right, and they took one quick picture, and maybe because it's rare and they're playing their cards to the chest, close to the chest, right? Maybe they don't want to show everything, so someone else doesn't manufacture provenance for another watch. Who knows? Maybe they would show it to you if you're in New York, because I think they're based in New York. Forbin says, darn it, there are gold Navi timers for half the price, but not the history, of course. Yeah, it's an interesting piece, Forbin. If you're in New York, get in touch with these people and at least take a look at it, and you can teach us a thing or two about it when you come back. Are you drinking Crystal Light? They ask. Okay, I got another picture, I feel like, from Big Meech. No, that was
No.
the last. The two-tone Nautilus was the last. Guys, hey, if you have enjoyed the show, please hit that like button, upvote. Every vote counts. Spread the word, share the link on other platforms, help me get to 1,000 subscribers. In the meantime, if you want to express your gratitude, encourage me to run more of these live streams, to create more original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV, for the clogged toilet fund that Joe established.
Send money now.
Corbin says they don't even say how old it is for the Jordanian Air Force Breitling Navitimer that Figura, or what was it? Figura was selling, a New York-based vintage luxury watch seller. And with that, we are gonna sign off, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support and presence from the chat. Hey, I'm really grateful for all of you. I look forward to seeing all of you at Archie's stream, which I'm guest hosting tomorrow. So please be there. Other than that, we have some exciting stuff coming up for the rest of the week. I'm gonna go to the opening of the new Gégé Lecoutre boutique on Rodeo Drive. So that would be fun. Hopefully I can take some videos or even live stream from there. Who knows? But until then, I will see you tomorrow at Archie's stream. And Joe, what do you say?
Fist.
Okay. Take care all. Love you. I'll see you tomorrow.